I'm ready.
That could be very dangerous. Imagine you said something else. Oh no, it's so funny. I hope there's people. It looks so empty.
Yeah.
I hope they come.
Everyone is for lunch or
Yeah, or drinking beer.
it's two nice cities, so everyone is or town. Everyone
And
is
the sun is out, so it's really nice. It's going to be a
having
great
a wine or anything like this.
We are going to have great wine tonight. But don't worry.
I'm just looking, checking music.
Okay. Is there a trumpet? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
No, it's not going to be printed out. It's just on the screen better. No. Yes, you have to be aware of your situation. I think so. Otherwise, they won't, because you're tall. You're definitely better. Yeah. It's fine. Yes, he's sitting with me and Radim is here. It's on there. Yeah, moderator thing. But you're the moderator. Yeah, you get the input from the crowd. That's fine. We'll manage. Pedro, just don't go too fast that I can't follow. But I can only change when Michael says now change the. Yes. It's up to you. It's always up to you. Are you okay, Radim?
Yes.
Are you fine? Okay, good.
And you?
I'm perfect, thank you.
Yeah, amazing how you can survive. It's such a small amount of sleep,
No, I was I was sitting at the table with Thomas and he said to me, "Oh, you're gonna miss this," and I started crying. I was crying. I couldn't stop. I think it's because I'm tired. So I look really terrible. I don't want them to leave. I don't want them to leave. No, it's fine. Yeah, but it was a really nice event. I think everything went really well. I will arrange it again in 2 years.
Amazing, and it's crazy that we are just two people doing everything,
The thing is, Thomas has got nice connections in Schärding. So he's got his logs.
I know, but it's the organizing that I see all the announcements made by Thomas, and it's like.
Yeah, it is really crazy if you think we're the only connection points for everybody. For 300 people, we only two. And we always fast and we always answer and we always help. I took a guy to the dentist at 7 o'clock this morning. And he's not back. Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, it's you.
Hello, it's me. How are you?
I'm okay, Lisa.
You're so sensible. You went home at the right time last night. I should leave sensible.
I didn't sleep
Michael? Michael is not here.
He's coming. He's coming.
Are you leaving?
Are you ready? It's fire away. Jeez, Michael takes his time. Michael, how do we get this thing on there? Schärding, do you know if they will pick this up automatically?
Yeah, probably yes, yes, yes.
solve this to get it on.
But do it automatically somehow. So
Okay, they'll do it
it's
automatically.
they always, when someone starts, they put it automatically. So someone is doing that.
Okay, great.
Okay. Please, can you sit down? So good afternoon to everybody. It's always difficult to chair a meeting after lunch when the sun is shining. It's so beautiful, and it's also the last meeting, last session of this European Rural Parliament. But it's indeed the most important part because we spend thousands of hours in our countries and also thousands of hours here by discussions. And now we have the result almost finished, and it's sort of our baby, which we should make last amendments and we can send it to the world. And it really took more than 1 year to put everything together. Thousands of people participated on that, thousands of hours of your work and thousands of hours of Michael's work. And I think it deserves to, because Michael, he wished yesterday to have fanfares for the memorandum, and because it took time and we couldn't make it on the boat. So I think that this memorandum deserves fanfares, and especially Michael deserves fanfares, because for many of us, and I was speaking with many of you, he's our idol, and he's just amazing person, and I think it's one of the biggest babies of him. So fanfares for Michael and for you all and for the memorandum. So, now we had also fanfares and trumpet. I had to find a trumpet for Michael. And now we can start a very important process. In the first part, we will go line by line through the manifesto, and you can comment and make last amendments. And in the second part, there will be informal responses from the people, from government and institutions. And finally, we will say goodbye and thanks to everyone, and the European Rural Parliament will be over. So for the first session, let me introduce guys you know very well. It's Michael Dauer and Pedro Brosse, who are in charge of going through the manifesto, and also Lisa Grimberg. She is going to write everything down so that you see it also on the stage. So please, Michael and Pedro, the floor is yours.
Hello? Great. I prefer this one. So, what we are going to do now is, when we have the right version of the... Hello? Okay, that's better, I think. Hello? Great. I prefer this one. So, what we are going to do now is, when we have the right version of the document, we will go through it line by line, paragraph by paragraph, and ask you if you still think that something should be changed. Things that you have discussed yesterday and that might not be in this new version, though Michael has made a big effort, together with all the rapporteurs yesterday, to introduce the maximum possible. And this is simply just a bit difficult for this type of document, of course, to get so many things in. Yes, and now we need it on the screen. Michael, are you going to read it? Because your English is better than mine. Should be okay. Yeah.
I did this process last year at Boban Illich's agricultural forum in Kapaonik in Serbia. And he was so impressed that he invited me back this year. I couldn't go. But it's been done before, so I just hope you'll find that it'll work. Since this morning's session, I've added some precious thoughts which were offered this morning. So those who wish to press particular points on us, such as equal rights for women and rural youth parliament, be assured they're now in. As I said this morning, we have not introduced all the words that the rapporteurs offered to us, because it would have made it too long. But we are truly open to possible additions to the wording. The proposal is that I should read either each paragraph, or whether long paragraphs each sentence, and Pedro is going to mastermind the process of possible change. The reason for reading it is so that you should be absolutely clear what is being said in your name. So we start. We, representatives of many rural people and organizations, of many people and organizations rooted in rural Europe, have adopted this European Rural Manifesto as a statement of the aspirations, commitments, and demands of rural people, drawing upon meetings in many countries during the European Rural Parliament campaign.
So, for this introductory paragraph, who has further requests for amendments? This one is probably not too problematic, so no one? Okay, thank you very much. So the first one is done.
Diversity of rural areas. We deeply appreciate the wide diversity of rural peoples in Europe, arising from the varied geomorphology, climate, and biodiversity of land and sea, and from the long history of human activity across the continent. We see this variety as expressed in human culture and natural resources, as an enormous opportunity for the future well-being of all peoples in Europe.
So, for the second paragraph on the diversity of rural areas, who has a proposal or who sees a need for a change in the wording? You have one? Please, give him the microphone.
I'm just wondering if the word rural belongs in there, actually, because it says we deeply appreciate the wide diversity of people. I know we're talking about rural, but this is going, we are recognizing that we're not being as bigoted maybe as those that are in towns and cities that recognize that everybody is the same. But we do recognize that there is, in fact, other people with other cultures that live in towns and cities, and we're not saying that we're just being rather narrow. So I would like to see the word rural out of there, because it's quite clear afterwards that it's about rural that we're talking about.
So, we think that he has a point, and that we could change this. Is anyone opposed to that? Please, Mark.
I'm not opposing that, but it should say rural areas and peoples, or areas and peoples, because the peoples don't arise from the varied geomorphology, climate and biodiversity. It's the areas that do. So I think the areas should stay in.
Okay, so it's a bit of a discussion between British people. No, on the wording, I mean, it's because of the English probably who has written it. Okay. What about this? What do you think to introduce both? Yes, there's someone upstairs from Croatia, Vizna from Croatia, please.
Yes, I just prefer to go on this. My suggestion will be to call it diversity of rural Europe. Then we have people and areas. Thank you.
The diversity of rural Europe, instead of what was proposed before. What do you think? You would prefer what is there now, just the diversity of areas and... Please.
Let me explain. Because actually I don't want us to see the rural areas as stagnation. If we do what we aim to do, many people from urban area will move to rural areas. So in this particular case, let's focus our goals on rural areas, but do not name people and areas. I mean, rural Europe. I don't like this, sorry. Mm-hmm. I like this more of wide diversity of areas and peoples in Europe.
Personally, I would agree with you, but we need a unanimous decision here. So, areas and peoples. I also think it's probably not the most important point here, and we will come to more complicated parts of this manifesto later on. Okay, so
I would say just keep it as it is, as is.
No change. But areas and peoples is harmless, I would say.
Propose to move on.
So on the request of some, we leave it now as it is now. Okay, let's go to the next.
3, common values. We acclaim the common values which bind the people of Europe. Democracy, equality, the rule of law, recognition of human rights, the spirit of cooperation. We are impressed by the common themes emerging from the European Rural Parliament campaign across the face of Europe, from the Atlantic to the Black Sea, and from Scandinavia to the Mediterranean.
So, who could have any request for change here for this perfect paragraph, where I don't see any problem? But there is someone, please. Please present yourself quickly, so just that we know.
My name is Eivind Bøtke, coming from Norway. The paragraph is perfect, but it needs an addition, I think. The civil society organizations in rural areas should join forces with the similar organizations in urban areas in order to enhance local democracy, citizens' participation, and gender equality. This was raised in one of the working groups, but I cannot see it here. Why?
It isn't at that point, and you're probably right, it isn't there at all, but I suggest that the right place for it is further down. For example, where we talk about small towns, you could usefully add that. May I ask you to bring it up at that point?
Okay, so then we have someone else upstairs, Mr.
Yeah.
Franz Narada.
Franz Narada. I like that very much, but shouldn't we also add that one of the core values of Europe is a sense of place, of a very distinct way of blending nature and human habitat? Michael, you are much more familiar with this, but I think this is something which brings us together in Europe, that we cherish our places.
We have a paragraph later which is about the relationship between man and environment, and I would ask you to bring that forward there.
Is that okay for you, Franz? Okay. Thank you very much. So then we move on to the next.
4, quality of life. Those who live in rural Europe value highly the quality of life which is offered by the countryside, the farms, villages and small towns, the coastal margins and islands, with their local cultures, wildlife, landscapes, healthy environment and cultural heritage. There should be no S at the end of that last word.
So here we are of the opinion that almost everything is included, but there might be still a suggestion.
I would like to add mountains, maybe even mountains and forests.
Mountains and forests. Someone else? Well, let's collect things and maybe to see how. Please.
Thank you very much. Yes, I agree to add mountains. I'm the representative of Euromontana, European organization. And actually, I realized that each priority or the point that you both have on the screen could have a sentence or whatever about the mountains or fragile landscapes or regions in rural Europe. So, yeah, in this fourth point it could be okay, but also in other points I had the opportunity yesterday to have some speech on 2 workshops, and all the people also around agreed that the mountains should have an additional.
There is later, I have inserted, in response to this morning's discussion, I've inserted later a section about less favoured areas and mountains.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
I
would you
will
agree to that?
Yeah.
And you can come
Yeah,
back
okay.
later on. Thank you. Yes, please.
I wanted mountains, but I don't think you need forests. You're talking about the base underneath what the land is used for.
I think forest is harmless to have it in addition here. There's still a little bit of space where you can have one more element in it so that no one feels excluded. But eventually you are right. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay, let's...
Can you turn that black if people are happy.
We suppose that everyone's happy now with this, so let's turn to the next.
No, I'm not.
5.
I'm just purely, it's a grammatical thing. It's the last bit, it's the very last line. It actually says local cultures, wildlife, landscape, healthy environment, and why have we got culture back in there now? Because it's actually just heritage, is it not?
Well,
because you've got culture already in, you've already identified it.
The landscapes is the visual side, The healthy environment is the natural side, the cultural heritage is the cultural side. You could say that the whole of those are heritage, but they appeal to different audiences and policies.
So it's just a matter of terminology, I think. It's also maybe a bit the European jargon or terminology for this. Yes, please.
Okay.
Ibrahim.
Ibrahim Turul from Turkey. Maybe we can add before or after cultural heritage the biodiversity.
I mean,
sorry? Biodiversity.
But we think it's in there with wildlife.
Well, would you prefer biodiversity instead of wildlife? Wildlife is better because you can see it. Biodiversity is a concept.
That's okay.
I think we've done it.
It's more, yes? Okay, then let's move on.
Concern about rural conditions. Now this is where the link to action starts. However, in very many rural regions, residents are deeply concerned by the narrowness of rural economies, the lack of opportunities for satisfying and fairly paid work, the loss of population as young people move away, the decline in rural services, the suffering of older people, poverty and social exclusion among disadvantaged people or ethnic minorities. This is a crucial paragraph because it links to so many of the themes that come up later.
So, are there any suggestions? You can also suggest to take something out, but here it's maybe a bit more difficult, but it wouldn't be bad once in a while to have.
Couldn't it be reasonable to include the degrading or degradation of landscapes in that chapter, in that paragraph?
Degradation of landscape.
Because that was raised before. Degrading environment or something like that, because it's missing in that link to the need for action.
Put in at the far end, after ethnic minorities. Comma, and the degradation of many landscapes.
Sorry, and traditional landscapes. But okay, we have, but yes, but we.
No, leave it as it is, but put it in blue.
There is again someone up there. Vishna from Croatia, please. Could you give her a microphone up there? Thank you.
Thank you. Wouldn't it be better expressed this if we say, however, we are deeply concerned because of the narrowness of rural economies and so on in very many rural regions. Somehow just the residents are deeply concerned, but we do care for that, so I prefer we are. I suggest.
So, however, comma, we are very concerned that many regions are affected by, and then take out the, I mean, show in removing the right through to the word the. That's right, are affected by narrowness, etc. However, we are very concerned that many regions are affected by narrowness of rural economies, etc. Does that meet your point?
Is that okay for you? Now I see many hands rising. It will be a bit difficult. Please try to reflect if you really want to.
I think it's a legitimate point because this is a manifesto by us.
Okay.
So please, down there.
I would add a point on the that local knowledge is disappearing. It's threatened also. Local knowledge, local traditional knowledge. It's one of the points that in rural economies we are losing the local knowledge in the way of managing, etc.
Is that seconded as an idea? Doesn't seem to resonate. It's not in the same category in my view.
It's maybe a bit too special.
I think
over
that,
here, if you
I would
agree.
advise that
Yes?
that should come in where we're talking about the diversification of economies and the use of traditional skills and so on.
Is that fine for you? Okay, then let's maybe, I see many hands now, there was, maybe this gentleman first, he has the microphone.
Take out the bit that's got background.
Oh, I think over here. Over here.
I insist to form the final last degradation of many landscapes and traditions. Landscape and traditions.
And
the traditions.
Can't degrade a tradition.
The degradation of a tradition seems to be a bit difficult for an English mother tongue speaker. What do you think, Michael? No. Unfortunately, it's not possible.
Well, I mean, I haven't got a veto, but it's not a good...
We will find other moments in the manifesto probably where we can. So, then maybe Mark again.
Thank you. I think instead of landscapes, we should be broader in terms of environment. Landscape is only one part of the environment which is being degraded.
That's in order to make
and
it more
environmental degradation. All right. So instead of put environmental and environmental degradation. Take out of many landscapes.
Okay, the next one would be Luis.
Okay, thank you. I would ask if rural services is clear for everybody. Are you speaking on public services, or it's wider than that? In our opinion, it should be public services. The decline of public service. We are talking on health, education,
public instead of rural.
Justice.
We had a discussion on this yesterday, and for some reason we decided to keep rural here, considering that it's not.
We don't know with what means rural services.
Maybe.
Public services is correct.
Public services is correct. Thank you very much. Okay. Another
a point of information. If you put public services, you rule out ecosystem services. So this is, for example, a nice park and landscape is psychologically good for people, whereas a ruined landscape is not good for people. So you cut that out with public services.
No, you don't, because ecosystem services are a public good in economic terms and in real terms.
Okay, we shouldn't be too dogmatic, I think, on this part, honestly. If you,
I think we're there, aren't we?
Don't mind this comment.
Bearing in mind that people want to go home tonight.
Then we still have two persons back there, please.
Thank you. It was the suffering of older people.
Yeah.
We thought it would be better talking about an aging population. It's not just older people that suffer, but also lots of older people have a very nice life and push house prices up, and that's an issue as well. So an aging population is more of an issue, or is an issue, not just suffering of older people.
It's more technical.
No, it's not.
At least to me, it sounds
Sorry.
more technical. Wait. I'm older than you think. So, I'm waiting for Michael, just a second.
Well, I mean, supposing we don't put it yet, Lise, after the loss of population as young people move away, an imbalance of age. No, it's not good. What you're saying is that it's simply that there is a higher than desirable proportion of older people.
No, well, I'm sort of saying that having an increasing number of older people in a community brings all sorts of challenges to people of all sorts of ages. People are nodding.
Shall we simply take out the whole reference to the suffering of older people, because the loss of population as young people move away implies imbalance in the population?
Maybe it's about population changes to the demographic and location of people, rather than loss of young people specifically and suffering of older people.
Well, in which case, Woody, let me try this on you. The loss of population as young people move away with the demographic and the consequent demographic imbalance. Horrible words, but that's what I think you're saying.
This could
Let's
have
try
been
that. Let's try it. Put it in for a moment. After the loss of population, as young people move away, and the consequent demographic imbalance.
This could have been written by the Commission in this way.
We've got it right, yes. Demographic imbalance.
Okay, so and now we take the last two. Was there another one down there, or is this okay? Okay, then Radim as the last one for this paragraph.
I just would like to comment on public services, because what we feel is also shops, hairdressers, and services of this kind, in rural areas. And they are not public services or post offices, because sometimes it's rather not by the state. So for us, it's important also for the support, for example, of smallest businesses through Leader, etc., that there is like a services in a general way, because also youngsters want to have some sort of services.
So we are coming back to the services.
What's wrong with the present phrase?
That we don't, only have public services, but also other types of services.
You want to take out the word public and just leave it as decline in services?
Only services.
Okay, fine.
Okay, fine.
Good.
Accepted. Okay.
Well done.
Fine.
Now take out public. Just the word public. That's it. Yes, it's okay. Yes, take it out now.
Okay.
And degradation can be black. Are we there?
Yes. The next one, please, Michael.
Can you move it up a little? Each of these paragraphs is a minor victory.
There is a free bus shuttle prize to Munich Airport for those who ask to cut something.
Six, the need for action. We believe passionately that these challenges must be addressed for the sake not only of the rural communities, but also of the whole population of Europe. We all depend on food, timber, fibre, energy, water and minerals produced in rural areas. Farmers and rural enterprises create the common wealth. Rural areas contribute greatly to amelioration of climate, recreation, public health and social, economic and spiritual well-being.
Okay, let's maybe start over there in the back. Are you proposing to cut something? No?
Should the last sentence read, rural areas contribute greatly to the amelioration of climate change, recreation, public health, etc.?
Yes.
Okay. There's probably no one against. Then I think we had the gentleman over here from Scotland.
I'm going to raise a general point here, and it was the word sake. I get pulled up by our translators, and this raises a wider question. The word sake could actually be interpreted in a variety of ways when this goes into different languages, which raises the question,
Well,
can you...
benefit, will that do?
Well, yes, because sake could be actually translated into motivation. But the wider point is, before it is finalized, can somebody please read it in the main languages and see that the translation of the whole document actually does translate the way that you want it.
It's very,
Vanessa, I wonder if you, where is she? Are you here?
Vanessa's there.
Would you record that point for action, please?
This was a very good proposal, thank you. So, okay, again, upstairs, Vishna, can you get her the microphone quickly? Thank you.
I'll propose to cut something. So the third sentence, farmers and rural enterprises and so on, I find it too narrow, not only farmers and rural enterprises, but to put something, to add something in the next sentence. So my proposal to delete the one farmers and rural enterprises, but to add in the next one, rural areas contribute greatly to creation of this common wealth, to amelioration and so on.
I haven't got it.
Can you repeat that, please? What exactly? The creation?
To delete the third sentence.
To delete the third sentence?
Farmers and rural enterprises create this common wealth.
You want that taken out?
The meaning of it in the next one, saying rural areas contribute greatly to creating this, or to creation of this common wealth, to amelioration of climate change, etc.
I see, right.
Okay.
But it isn't the areas who create wealth, it's people who create wealth.
Yes. Yes, but are they only farmers and rural enterprises?
All right.
It seems somehow narrow to me. So put rural people there if you want.
Rural communities create this commonwealth.
Communities would be nice.
Rural communities.
No, not there, up here. Instead of farmers and rural enterprises, rural communities create this commonwealth.
But
Not
why
the farmers, take out farmers.
Actors?
Is that better or?
There's someone who says that only farmers can create wealth, not communities.
Michael, I think it is important to keep the actors. Why we are afraid to name actors? Farmers and rural and entrepreneurs.
I was responding to someone else's call. I was just experimenting.
Just wait.
Farmers and rural enterprises. Who else creates the wealth in the rural communities? The enterprises do, don't they?
That's why we had enterprises before.
Put it back. Farmers and rural enterprises.
People, rural.
No, we have to get to an agreement here. Sorry, without a microphone, it's not possible. And there was someone else. There was also Hannes. Still on this point, Hannes, you, well, okay, but please.
Is it possible to propose that instead of that phrase farmers and rural enterprises, we can propose rural actors? Because actors, because not stakeholders, but actors, because we can include the other group of people, and it is not necessary later to...
Right, take out and rural. Take out and rural. Take it out. Farmers, comma, enterprises, and then after and other rural actors.
And other rural actors. Yes, okay, probably.
No.
Meanwhile, I'll take Hannes.
Yeah, point 6. I think we should, as this is action we want to take, we should turn perhaps this first sentence into we believe passionately that we must address these challenges. Because it's too passive. It sounds like somebody else must address these challenges.
Very good.
And as we then continue, we all depend on food and so on. The we part would be really good.
Does everyone agree on that?
Takeout must be addressed.
Mark doesn't agree. Please.
You could very properly say that we, in partnership with governments, must address, because that is who we're calling for action. It's the partnership that we're calling for action. It's not only us.
It would be okay for Hannes.
I strongly
if
agree
we
with
do
Mark.
Okay.
I don't think we should imply that we can do it all alone, any more than we believe that governments can do it all alone.
Okay, so in
That's
partnership
why I
with...
put it in the other rather abstract way before.
If I can bring up again, sorry about this, it's this Commonwealth. The word "this" infers to what? Because
Could you allow us to solve the other problem first? Forgive me. My own preference would be the original wording. We believe that these challenges must be addressed, because that then is addressed to all who would be involved in addressing them. And the business of partnership will come up soon. But at this moment, the important point is that the things we described, the difficulties or travails that we described in the previous paragraph, should be addressed by all whose responsibility it is, both us and governments and other actors. So I would prefer the more abstract form of the verb. Hannes, what do you think? So we go.
So it
we
would
go
be
back.
okay for Hannes?
That we believe that these challenges must be addressed.
Mark was happy before the change? Okay.
So then we take the business of this Commonwealth.
My question there is, what is this actually referring to?
This is the food, timber, fibre, energy, water and minerals produced in rural areas.
Well, as a businessman, I don't know if I actually create water.
Well, somebody has to produce it.
Yes, we actually do. We may help it to operate or help it to take place, but that seems an awful. That seems. I mean, if the word "this" was out, I could agree. Farmers' enterprise actions create commonwealth.
Well, do you want to take out the word "this"?
I would be happier with that out.
It isn't just, if we are the rural people, it isn't just our wealth, it's the wealth of the whole of Europe. Create a commonwealth for Europe. Repetitive, but it makes the point.
Yes, okay. So I hope everyone is okay with this, because we have to move on. Nothing else on this paragraph? Everything's fine? Okay. 7.
Now, please note the second subparagraph of this, which I've added since this morning's discussion. Rights. We assert the right of rural areas and communities to full recognition by all the people and institutions of Europe, to a quality of life and standard of living equal to that of urban populations, and to full participation in political processes. We ask governments at all levels to endorse that right. In all aspects of policy and action related to rural communities, women and men should be afforded equal rights.
So, this looks perfect, doesn't it? And we have worked a lot on it yesterday already. And then Michael introduced the second subparagraph. So, fine, if there's no... Please.
We used to write in our documents always women and men, boys and girls, or girls and boys, to show that they also have rights, no?
Yeah, but it's not about that here. Here it's just about the gender issue.
It's inclusive in this case.
won that one, Anna.
No, haven't seen that before.
Is it okay?
Okay.
Could
Okay, there is someone up there, the Finnish delegation. They are still there.
Sorry for that. We'll be here. In the
Okay,
last
please,
minute.
Kim.
No, just it's not about the wording. Should this paragraph perhaps be a little bit above? We have the need of action. This is more like a general statement, so I would put it a little bit above in the.
You mean in
numbering.
the ranking, in
number
the numbering?
Number 3 or number 4.
Well, Michael has
ranking.
probably a reason to.
Okay,
You
but
want,
that
you
will
want,
put it
you
there.
want
It's
you
number
want
7,
the
please.
second one to be its own number? Is that what you're saying?
No, generally, you mean
just-
number 7 should be.
Perhaps it should be number 3 or something,
should be
because it's
number
more
3
like
or
a general
4,
statement.
so directly under the general statement.
Well, to me it felt as though it came at around this point after we described the nature of rural Europe and the difficulties that it faces. It seemed right to bring the rights into this argument at the point where you start turning problems into policies and problems and opportunities into policies, to state at that crucial knuckle point the essential rights of people, that they should be recognized by governments. If you insist, I can take it, bring it earlier, but I'd like to be allowed to do that without having to go back right through.
Well, is it agreed to let it where it is? Yes, okay. And I also think that Kim is not insisting too much, are you? Okay, thank you.
Move on.
Okay,
Hello.
we move on.
no, sorry.
There is.
I think it's really important that we understand that gender equality is not about equal rights between men and women. And if we're going to acknowledge gender equality, we should do it in the right way.
Well, give us the right words then.
Gender equality just would be fine. I think if
Is
we
that
said
really
something about-
generally understood by
And that we
your
are
ordinary
committed-
people?
Is this a, yes?
It's a very important
Do
point.
we, yes, but do we need to
It's
specifically
what
use this
professionals call
terminology
it.
in here?
I think we could say that we uphold everyone's right to gender equality. You know, we uphold gender equality across rural Europe.
One of the things I've striven to do in this is to use plain language. Gender equality is very well known to professionals and academics such as myself, but I don't believe that it's the normal use that you would use in an English pub or a taverna in southern Italy.
But it doesn't mean the same thing.
Well, what difference does it make to the meaning of what we've got in front of us?
I think Michael has a point here. Who wants to keep it this way, just to have an impression? Well, I think who would prefer to have gender equality? Okay, it's a minority, so we leave it, because I think Michael, he has, yeah, it's also his way of writing it, and I think we should...
So 8, vision. With a vision for the future of rural Europe is of vibrant, inclusive and sustainable rural communities supported by diversified rural economies and by effective stewardship of high-quality environment and cultural heritage. We believe that rural communities modelled on that vision can be major long-term contributors to a prosperous, peaceful, just and equitable Europe and to a sustainable global society.
So, are there any... I see thumbs up, which is very good, okay. So there's no...
Maybe it's
it's
a
also good to do it. Thank you, Michael. It's a wonderful paragraph. I think there's no one... No. I mean, to start now to ask for changes here would be really something very mean.
I wonder about two things, just grammatical things. Stewardship of high-quality environment or a high-quality environment, or should it be environmental and cultural heritage?
No, it's not environmental heritage. It's environment and cultural heritage.
Well, of
This
a
is
high
for sure.
quality environment then?
High quality environment.
A high quality environment.
A quality environment.
Well, first, a high-quality environment is a pervasive ambience for all of us throughout Europe. It isn't a environment, it is, if anything, the environment. But in English, one embraces the sense of the pervasive thing in the way that I've shown it. Okay. Cultural heritage is can be argued to be a part of the environment, but there are many people who have high interest in it and are champions of it and who want it to be there in the wording. So I defend the wording at the moment.
Okay. I think most of us agree. Thank you.
Move on?
Okay, let's move on.
9. Now then, we get to some cutting edge. Partnership. The pursuit of that vision demands in every country a refreshed and equitable partnership between people and governments. We, the rural people and organizations, know that we have a responsibility to give leadership and to act towards our own collective well-being. But we also fairly demand that governments at all levels, including the European institutions, work to make this crucial partnership effective. We have a phrase in English, God helps those who help themselves. And the spirit of this is that if we can show that we accept our responsibility, we can more fairly demand that the governments face up to their responsibility. That's the point of this dual sentence.
Please note that we had a long discussion on this yesterday in the debriefing meeting with the rapporteurs from the workshops. Please.
Yeah, that was true. Yesterday I remind also about partnership, the word partnership. I remind also the short story what Goran this morning said about what's happened in his country. I think it is better to use here the word relationship for partnership. That means that there are two equal entities, and governments and people are not the same material. I think relationship make it more neutral and make also this a better understanding. Partnership is not the right word. But
well, let me respond to your 2 points, Bert. First, relationship can be a neutral thing. You have a relationship, so what? What happens? Partnership is a more active concept, and that's why we use the word partnership. As for equalness, that is one of the key problems.
Exactly.
And at one point, someone was saying, put in a comma after governments and say, on equal terms. Because at the moment, a crucial issue is where does the power lie? We want essential equality between the people as a whole, on the one hand, and governments on the other. So for that reason, I would be very reluctant to neutralize this key idea of partnership by changing it to the rather pallid term, relationship.
well, my experience is in practice that it is nice to cooperate together. Cooperation is nice, but a real partnership, citizen fiction, real fiction. That's my
Partnership is?
It's a fiction.
Fiction.
A fiction, yeah.
Well, we want to turn that fiction into fact.
Exactly. And I think with this, sorry, I think you're overruled there. Okay, there was Kim upstairs again.
Nothing very much, but again, nothing great at this paragraph, but in paragraph 9 and 25, there is in both paragraphs about partnership between civil society and governments. And in my reading, I found some overlapping in those two paragraphs. So I'm not saying what is overlapping, but if it could be seen that there is, it would not be said 2 times the same things in the manifesto.
There is repetition, but it's deliberate. This is establishing the principle of partnership. The later ones are establishing the practice of partnership.
Okay, so we have the explanation for that, and you can live with that, Kim.
Of that task, but okay.
Okay. So let's go to the yes, but
Okay, it's actually, again, simple one. The pursuit of our vision, because there's more than one vision here. If you say that, you're inferring to, again, gets back to this, what is that?
Yeah, accepted.
okay. Thank you very much.
So 10.
Then we move to the next one.
Now this is a big one, and I'm open to, must be open to advice to what is possible, the art of the possible. But this is rather carefully phrased. I will read it as a whole because it hangs together, and I've added the last sentence since this morning's discussion. Review of the state of rural areas. We urge the European Union, perhaps with help from one or more leading foundations, to mount a major review of the condition of rural areas within the European Union and of the contribution which rural areas now make and can further make to the well-being of the Union. The report on this review should be published in 2017, and then there's a phrase which in a way could come out, but it has some symbolic weight, to mark the 30th anniversary of the report, The Future of Rural Society. Its conclusions should be reflected in enhanced focus upon rural areas within all relevant EU programs and funds. We wish to use the continuing rural parliament process to enable rural communities to influence the preparation of policies for the period beyond 2020. I'll just say one short word about the future of rural society. That was the moment when the EU realized that what they were doing till then in the agriculture policy and the emerging regional policy was not spreading sideways or downwards into the rural areas, and that the rural areas needed specific attention. And that's why I thought 30 years on seemed the right moment to be saying, look, your combination of policies, particularly in the European Union, but it's true in so many other countries, your combination of policies is simply not recognizing the needs of the rural areas. And that was confirmed again this morning, was it not, by the comment, for example, that Louis offered.
So, what do you think? For me, this report was a novelty, though I'm working in the Commission, have been working in the Commission. It was interesting, so it's really worth reading it. So everyone agrees? Is that fine for you? Maybe we start over there. Wait, let's wait.
From the Balkan perspective, I'm coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina, so what do you think to have also the European Union and the candidates country or something like that? Because we also have European funds that are related to the rural programs.
My own view was that since the target here is the European Union, and the 28-country review would be complicated enough that it would be more likely to run, this idea, if it wasn't extended to the accession candidate and neighborhood countries as well. Later elements in the manifesto call for exchanges and actions and so on in the Western Balkans and in the Black Sea countries, for example. I really think it would make it far less likely that we win this difficult thing if we embrace that more complicated and difficult target, because it's a different range of policies, even on the European Union's own front, that would be being looked at within that range, but open to correction. But that was the reason.
Yeah, I would agree with Michael here that it's a very targeted paragraph. And okay, there was someone else there in the back. It was the same. Okay, thank you. Okay.
This is a proposal to take wording out, but I'm happy to be corrected. It was about the phrase, perhaps with help from one or more leading foundations. I would say we should be urging the European Union as a duty holder to undertake the review. How they choose to do that, I suppose, is part of the tactics, but I'm prepared to be persuaded around the thinking behind the need for leading foundations involved in the process.
The reason I put this in, I'm prepared to lose that if you persuade me that it's too tactical. The reason I propose to take it out is that it's not going to be easy to persuade the European Union to do this. And if we can get ourselves alongside a leading foundation who might offer to contribute funds or expertise as a think tank, we might be more able to get it. And indeed, it's possible, though I don't know the psychology of Brussels as well as other people do, that they might be the more likely to be shamed into doing it if we could get a foundation on side. Yeah. But Hannes and others will, and Pedro may advise whether we could take it out without any loss.
I was a bit worried about the help of the the help of the leading foundations if the European Union really wants that help.
Well, let's
this
take
has
it
to
out,
be carried out independently.
Shall we take it out then?
Was this going a bit into your direction? Yes, but there was a proposal to take it out. Yeah,
Take it out.
It's maybe
take it
a possibility to. Yes, please.
I too had thought about adding partnership countries after the European Union, but I also wondered on this is, do we have anything which we are asking the Council of Europe to help with? And is this a place where we might put the Council of Europe?
Let's say it's not a very realistic one. This is not the kind of help that they can provide, probably, and they don't have the possibilities.
No, but it's a very fair point. I mean, not only in 1987, the 30th year, it was not only the publication of the Future Role of Society, but the launch of the Council of Europe's Countryside campaign, a one-year campaign of 1987 to 88. I remember vividly attending the opening and closing ceremonies in Lisbon and in Lübeck, Travemünde. It might be that as a separate issue we might suggest to the Council of Europe that there is a case for revisiting the Countryside campaign of 1987 to 1988 and looking at the health and condition and needs of rural areas throughout the wider Europe, throughout the 47 member countries of the Council of Europe. That is quite an attractive idea. It could be put not as an alternative, but a supplement to this idea.
Michael, it is certainly an attractive idea, but I think we should not look back too much into the past and mentioning several things which many people probably not even aware about.
Okay, I don't mind being told that I'm historic, but
no. You know exactly what I mean. We appreciate your knowledge.
I was responding to the first point that was made, and which was supported from Turkey, as I understand it, that there may be a case for having a review of the condition of rural areas in the countries outside the European Union. And a way of doing that is indeed to go not to the European Union, but to the Council of Europe.
Okay.
Can I?
Pedro? Okay. Okay, so Michael will propose something right now, and then we will ask you for your thumbs, but not for further comments.
We ask the Council of Europe to consider commissioning, launching is better than commissioning, launching a review of the condition and needs of rural areas in all their member countries. In all their member countries. Member countries.
So, what about that?
We ask in bold.
Thumbs up? Okay. Very good. Okay. Michael, thank you very much. There was Boban still with one issue here.
Okay. All Europe shall live. That. So, accession countries in. Future members, our rural policy, EU rural policy. We are aligning our policies to the EU. So, if it is about the future after 2020, hopefully, I mean, we are in. So,
can we accommodate this somewhere in maybe in the last sentence of the
11? May I?
Yes, please. Well,
reversing the spiral of decline. Many regions are affected by a downward spiral in the vitality of rural communities. Loss of population, particularly of young people, leads to reduced viability of rural services and weakened local economies, which prompts more loss of population. We call for concerted efforts by rural stakeholders, all relevant agencies and governments, to reverse the spiral by promoting pride in rural values, strengthening rural services, diversifying rural economies, and enabling young people to stay in or return to the rural areas.
who now dares suggesting something in this beautiful paragraph, to this beautiful paragraph? Okay. Okay, we start over here with you now, but you have to say it now.
I would like to see the word stay in removed and put in the word live, because live has a wider meaning about services and employment, whereas stay in infers short, visit, non-permanent scenario.
Well, sorry, look, the key problem is that young people are not staying. I stand by the word for the reason that the problem is that they don't stay. It isn't that they don't live, it's that they don't stay, and therefore what we want them to do is to stay. Or remain, if you like, but stay is the normal English.
The normal English, says the Englishman. The Scotsman says
remain?
he accepts remain.
All right.
Maybe in Scotland. The Scotsman accepts the criticism. So,
Michael.
What are we doing now? There was
my God, we're doing well.
Yes.
Pedro?
Okay, please. Yes.
This expression, pride in rural values, can we replace it with some more understandable, less like pathetic words, okay? That will be easier to translate, you know, also.
But pride is not pathetic.
I'll tell
How
you,
do you want to replace it?
I'll tell you the thinking. This came from a working group last night.
I was in that working group,
Well, and
actually, but we didn't talk about
the essence of the problem. Stay there, Anahit, for a second, because you and I can exchange on it. Well, the essence of the matter, as I understood it, is that young people were being prompted to leave because their parents and even their schools were suggesting that they couldn't get a good life in the rural areas, there was no pride in rural occupations, they would expect them to go to university and stay away. And somehow I wanted to turn that into a positive And so I struggled to find this phrase. What is your alternative phrase?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not native speaker. You know, I'm just. I feel something not wrong, but something
difficult to translate.
Not very. Something confounding here. So, if you could change it, I don't know. Not the pride, because you know, something that is more like less pathetic, you know, and more, yeah,
maybe just
promoting maybe confidence.
Promoting
or,
appreciation of rural values?
Maybe appreciation.
Appreciation.
Yeah,
appreciation.
It's also something valid in Scotland, appreciation?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. Fine.
Good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry, can I say something? I actually think the word pride is an important one. We have been talking in our workshops of being proud of being part of a rural community. I think the word rural values will be difficult to understand by some people. I would just simply say proud in being a rural person or whatever. The word pride, I think, is important in this context.
So,
promoting pride in rural life?
Yes, happy with that.
But appreciation and pride.
Appreciation. Nobody have.
There's appreciation of and having pride in, so it's not so easy. Or we simply have a vote between appreciation and pride.
Well, yeah, but
Both.
turn it into English, it's bloody difficult. But promoting appreciation.
Wait a moment, please. Michael is thinking.
Of and pride in. The only way to do that neatly is appreciation of and pride in rural life. Appreciation of and pride in rural life, not values.
In rural life.
In rural life.
Let's look for the thumbs here, maybe. Who's in favor of this wording? Ways of life. Ways of life. Sorry?
Ways, in rural ways of life.
Ways. There was someone down there first, Hannes? Just a moment. But first we have to agree on this wording. Or is it still... Yeah.
I think if we have that in mind, that we have a wide range of possibilities to interpret what we mean, then it's fine. But be aware that pride translated in other languages can be very difficult to get.
Appreciation of rural ways of life.
For the pride lovers, do you still feel respected here? If
Sounded
this
like
comes
a majority.
out.
Michael,
Sounded like a majority for appreciation, actually.
I wanted to, may I explain, appreciation is something that has vector. I appreciate something has direction. I appreciate her, him, etc. Pride is within me, you know? And for me, it's more valuable to have appreciation than pride. So if you can keep two, but do not delete appreciation, please.
Okay.
Can we move on?
This is fine. I think we have to, but we have to continue now.
So in which case, it sounds as though there's such protests that we
there
ought
was
to put pride back in.
There was still Robin.
No, but
who
there's
wanted to-
several people
I'm sorry,
pleading for
I
pride.
think the word appreciation is quite weak.
It's a different word, that's true. But Hannes had a point, and he has worked in Europe for many years, and he
Yeah, but
knows
Well, if you're
how it
translating...
is. And I mean, here are only 80% British people speaking, and you have, I mean, it's your mother language, of course, I can understand, but it's a bit difficult.
When people come to translate, if they find difficult words, they'll have to use the privilege of omitting them. We've now given them a choice of 2.
Okay, so let's keep both of them so that no one is hurt here. Okay.
Move on to 12.
Then let's continue. Number 12.
Pedro, just one thing in 11.
Yes, but very quickly, please.
Yeah, just very quickly. Would you consider telemedicine and networked higher education a rural service, or would we rather say access to services? It's not just rural, it's networked services, global services, urban services, which can be accessed from rural areas. So
we have the...
It's in the second
sentence.
The last sentence.
Strengthening access to services.
Strengthening access to services.
There.
But it's the services themselves that need to be strengthened in many areas.
Yeah, that's two things. But not all the services can be delivered from rural areas themselves. There need to be a kind of global layer that enables people, what we want here, to have an equal living standard in rural areas.
I'd rather keep it as it is.
If you don't mind. Thank you. We need to move on.
So
Number 12.
Youth. Many young people are ready to stay in or remain in, if you wish to move that, or move into rural areas, and to take responsibility as farmers, rural entrepreneurs or citizens for the future well-being of rural economies and communities. They need attractive jobs, effective systems of education and vocational training, apprenticeships based on local needs, access to land, housing and credit, social and cultural activities suited to young people, and specific support to young farmers and entrepreneurs. We call on governments and civil society to meet these needs and to enable young people to participate actively in political processes. Move on, just for a moment. We support the call that has been made for rural youth to have their own rural youth parliaments, both at national and European level.
Now move a little bit down so that we can see both. It's not possible. Okay.
It's not possible. I just wanted you to know that the rural parliament's point is taken aboard before you debate the main one.
Okay, first comment down there.
You're suggesting that the only jobs initially in rural areas for young people are farmers. Farming has been there are other jobs within rural areas that will attract young people. I think this focuses too much on farmers.
I wouldn't agree with this.
Remember that remarkable figure that was given to us by Mihai Dumitru. Well, they're helping to support 323,000 young farmers to enter in the next 6 years. It's a major issue in many countries. But look, this is not about farmers only. It's made at the end of the main sentence and with specific support, not only to young farmers, but also young entrepreneurs. It is not biased towards farmers. Any more?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I ask?
Okay, the microphone is down here, so
okay.
I start here, and then...
Third line, they need attractive jobs. Can I suggest that the word employment should be there, because if you're actually an entrepreneur, you're self-employed, you don't necessarily have a job.
Sorry, what's the phrase you want?
The need for attractive employment. You can be self-employed, you see. You can also be employed.
Okay.
Can we move on?
Yeah.
Take the supporting paragraph.
Up there,
I would,
Franz Narada, and then Kim.
I would object, I have a strong objection to the word effective, although I know there is a difference in between efficient and effective. Effective seems too abstract. If a small town runs an academy for network specialists, it's like a catapult that throws them out of the region eventually. So there is a qualitative difference of an educational system which keeps young people in the region, which is much more than just education. It's a kind of life-building process, a kind of integration, motivation, and resources for having your life plan based in that region. And that is not included in the word effective.
What word do you propose?
I would say at least effective and cohesive.
Cohesive.
Ooh la la.
Yeah, I don't have a good idea right now because we had...
Are you looking for a different idea, which is the alternative word relevant? Because what I'm hearing from the national reports in particular is that they say there are education systems, but they're not related accurately to the employment opportunities and potential innovative employment in the rural areas themselves. Well targeted as distinct from effective?
It's much better.
Well targeted.
Good.
Okay, let's then finish this one. There was still up there, Kim again. Can you pass over the microphone, please, Franz, to Kim? Thank you.
That's okay.
Yes, so on the first sentence, it is a very important issue, but is it also the reality? Many young people are ready to remain in or move into. It's just a question, is it the truth? And the reality of the areas, perhaps in some parts it is, but in others not, so it's just a question that I would have to put in here.
I didn't understand exactly what you...
No, is it true? The first sentence in number 12.
It is true. If it is true,
is it the
you're
reality?
questioning if it is true. If the first question is true.
This is directly taken from several national reports. I don't have enough knowledge of the countries from which it came, but there were very many who were saying our young people would like to stay here, but they can't because there aren't the jobs, the housing, the services, the education.
So it's good. Once more, Kim, you're ruled out here. No, yes. Now we have the colleague from Slovakia down there.
Okay. I suggest to change they need to we need. More personal.
Well,
we young people need
Hannes had a go at me about that and said the whole paragraph should be we. But the fact is that the majority of people around here aren't young except in heart. And so, so we can't easily say we. That next sentence is an absolutely targeted sentence. It's targeted to the young people and not to all of us.
That's for the youth rule parliament then.
Yes, but we young participants of this event need this.
You might be a young participant, but most of us are not. And if at the end bit we're calling for the young people to have something, so then it makes sense if we say they and then we call for the young people to say something later on, to my way of thinking.
Please, the lady down there.
I would go for we, because there are young people here. And I think in the youth workshop it was stated that it's we, and I'm sorry, but there are young people here, and it was we. Yeah. So this is an argument. It's not just, I mean, there are young people.
I mean, also the older people need the attractive employment of the young people. They benefit from that if the young people have the
all
employment.
vote to be young and we put in we.
Who wants we? Someone against we? No. Okay. And we put we. They and we, no, I think this is not possible. Sorry. Maybe in Iceland, but not in... Okay.
Okay, move on.
We move on.
Okay, oh,
We move
well,
on.
I didn't.
There was, okay, Vishnu again.
I'd like to go back
Very
to the...
quickly, please.
Yeah.
And speak calmly and loud, please, because...
Okay, so sorry for coming back to the first sentence, because Croatia certainly cannot understand this idea. So I propose to rephrase the first two sentences, so to read it in order to remain in or to move back into rural areas and so on, to take responsibility. Young people need attractive employment, well-targeted and so on. That would be appropriate for countries where nowadays young people, and especially not many young people, are ready to remain in or to come back into rural areas.
So you're denying the truth of the first sentence?
Again. She's sitting next to Kim, that's why.
Yes, I'd like the support of Finland.
Just a quick remark also, when we change to we, what we are saying is many young people are ready to remain, but we need the employment. So anyone, young, old, so let's keep it the way it was, because we really stressing on the young.
No, now we have decided for we. We have
Because
decided...
this is what the woman said also.
But it's a bit complicated now, because there was this workshop, and the whole paragraph has been rephrased already, and this is really very, very... Michael?
I've not heard at the moment a justified
Michael,
proposal
can I make a
to
suggestion?
change.
Can I make a suggestion? It actually could read, on the second sentence, instead of they need attractive employment, you could say to achieve this attractive employment, well-targeted systems of education and vocational training, etc., are required to support young farmers and entrepreneurs.
Yeah, but
that takes the we out of it.
That makes it even more depersonalized.
Well, but it's...
Someone has a need. It isn't simply that there is a need, but that people have a need. So I prefer to leave it as an active verb. So it's either they or we recognize that they. That's an option. What say young people need? All right, say young people need.
Young people need. Okay, but let's please keep this now as the final...
Can we keep on?
...amendment so that we can go on.
Okay, Michael.
Sorry. No, we want the rural parliament paragraph.
There's a young person who wants to say something, and I think...
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm the youngest one here. So I just ask first, can I have 1 minute or 2 minutes? 2 minutes tops. Can I have? Yeah? Okay.
Only for contributing to the
Yes, for sure. But it's for number 11, paragraph 11, but it's important for the youth, which is why I bring it up. So, okay, I will be fast. For paragraph 11, yes. As Goran said before, we are here to reverse this spiral of decline and create social change. And I think the one important thing to succeed in this is to recognize that there is an urban norm, and a norm is something that is taken for granted. A norm is the normal, and everything else is strange. So one norm, for example, is that you define people as a man or a woman. Another norm is that a woman and a man get kids, and the woman usually stays home with the kids. So these norms are things that we create. So the structures of society reflect our norms. Okay? So in our passports it says male and female, and in some of our countries only a man and woman can marry. And I just give these examples because we agree on them. We agree that these norms are real. So I think we could really benefit from using this term, urban norm. The urban norm is what makes us, is what makes it the reason why there are all these local action groups that have to fight for basic infrastructure and services that the urban areas take for granted. But we, that are not the urban norm, have to fight for the same things. So the fact that we have this European Rural Parliament shows that there is a norm, that the European normal parliament, there the norm is the urban. I think it's quite evident proof that there is an urban norm. So we are struggling to have a sustainable society, and that is the problem with the urban norm, because as long as the urban is the norm, and the urban is seen as the normal, there will be no diversity and no sustainability. So I suggest that we put here in number 11 that we recognize that there is an urban norm that hinders balance between the urban and the rural. This is a suggestion.
So
I've inserted phrase at 11. I'm sorry you didn't bring it up earlier.
Yeah.
I've put in at the sentence that we choked on before, by promoting appreciation of and pride in rural areas rather than imposing urban norms.
Yeah.
Does that meet your point?
This is my suggestion, that before we call for, we just write, we recognize that there is an urban norm.
But this is a bit questionable. Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, this is your logic. I think like this, it's quite softer and maybe a bit more digestible.
Yeah.
Than your view on things.
Yeah. It is a suggestion that we phrase it like this, that we recognize, because then we can show that we recognize. So I suggest we have a vote on that phrasing.
I think that we recognize it by putting in the phrase that I've offered, and that is an adequate recognition of this underlying issue, which is the lack of appreciation, the lack of pride. And I think that sentence now achieves that purpose, in my view, and that we ought to move on.
Okay, we really ought to move on. Okay. So
we support the call that has been made for rural youth to have their own rural youth parliaments, both at national and European level. Is that agreed?
Okay, perfect.
13 refugees now. This should be easy.
Hopefully.
The arrival of desperate people from areas of conflict and disaster seeking refuge and new lives in Europe is provoking thought and action within our networks. We call for a warm-hearted response based on solidarity between peoples. We believe that for many rural areas, and particularly those with declining population, this offers an opportunity to integrate refugees and other newcomers. That's a whole word, not two words. The process of integration must include the necessary job creation, investment in housing, services and infrastructure. Successful integration efforts should be celebrated, and possibly there should be the idea of exchange of good practice might be added.
Goran.
It's good wording, but the main point is missing, namely the reason why this happens. And we have to call our governments and European Union to stop this bloody war. And that should be the final sentence. I suggest maybe you can change then the wording, but we demand that governments and EU actively intervenes to stop the war which caused the harmful migrations.
it's deliberately, I got your point and ready to add something, but it is not only conflict, it's disaster also, which pushes people here. And therefore, it would not be right simply to refer to war if the body of the whole wishes that subject to be included.
I think it's a problem if we did that, because this is not a proclamation, it's a manifesto. To refer to a war, a particular war, it's something different.
And can you give him the microphone, please?
I think there's a problem if we say a war or that war, because this is a manifesto of things that we want to change, and it's not a proclamation on one issue. So, for me, I would be uncomfortable with putting that in.
So, I suggest that we put in a phrase, I'll offer it to you, as the beginning of the second sentence before we call for.
Also, I suggest that it's better to suggest to our authority, European authority, to try to find solution directly in the zone of conflict or disaster, to support ONGs or other forms to intervene directly in the zone with our support. Something like that suggested. Not to have here the results, but to solve there the problem.
Well, what I want to offer a phrase which I believe will meet it. Before we call, while urging governments and other agencies to work urgently to solve the underlying causes of this crisis, comma. The point I'm making is that that should be happening outside. Meanwhile, we have to address the harsh present reality and make our contribution to the reality. This is not the place for us as European citizens to be making, putting the main emphasis upon the problem and its inevitably political solution by processes which are outside our control as citizens. Our focus should be on what we as rural communities and agencies can do about the results, which is the great flow of refugees. I offer that in recognition of the legitimacy of the point that's made, but I would be uneasy myself about putting in a whole other slab, which is pressure on governments to solve this appallingly different complex of problems, which includes famine and drought and war and internal conflicts and Syria and Afghanistan, Eritrea. I mean, they're coming from so many different places that to try to find a meaningful resolution, which is other than this rather broad phrase I've offered, I think is going to lead us into trouble.
Okay, hopefully it's covered like that. Thank you. Okay, then sorry, I think we should really ought really to move on because it's we're still at point 13, 14. We still have some halfway through. Yes.
Am I allowed to move on? 14. Poverty and exclusion. We recognize the progress that has been made in fighting poverty and social exclusion in Europe. I think we have to do that because there has been remarkable diminution in the number of excluded and poor, although there's still formidable numbers. But millions of people are still afflicted by poverty and social exclusion of different kinds. Social and territorial cohesion are integral to our vision of Europe. We call for sustained effort to promote inclusion and full participation in society. Of particular concern are the needs of Roma communities in many Central and Eastern European countries. who are among the poorest and most excluded of all Europe's rural people. They should be recognized as people with equal rights to suitable jobs and education for their children. All people have talents and skills to offer.
So, this looks very quiet here. There's maybe one, two. Romanian, please. Yeah.
We have a problem with the word Roma. It's Roms, the correct terms, but in our language it's Țigan or Gypsy. Okay, let's accept Roms because it's a confusion between Romanian and Roms. We want to create a clear difference. The name Roms is there.
Roms.
Roms.
R-O-M-S?
Yes, R-O-M-S. Just this. The rest it's okay.
But
I have friends in that community, but let's make a difference between the name.
Roms, is that what we've now got correct?
Yes,
Yes.
Marta upstairs. Can you pass her the microphone, please? Because she's also from a country where she might have a different view on this. From Hungary.
Oh, it works. So, not from Hungary, but it's the international name of Roma people. So in English, it's Roma.
In English, it's
in
Roma.
English,
That's
and
what I wanted to say.
If you read any document published, for example, the Roma strategy of the European Union, it's the Roma strategy and not strategy for Roms. So in different languages, it's written and told on a different way, but in English, in the European Union language, it is Roma.
Thank you. I think we have now all learned something new, which is very important for us, but I think we should keep the current wording because it's, as Marta said, the way.
Can we move on?
To write it.
Yeah, sorry.
15.
Just a minute, Michael, if you... In the they should be recognized. It's not they, it should be we. It's these communities should be recognized.
No, they should be recognized as
Who?
people.
Who? It's the Roma communities.
The Roma communities.
But we are telling that there are no Roma here.
No, they is correct.
You think?
But this was like with the
young people.
With the young people.
We put it young people and not they. So we have to put these communities and not they, because you may have some Roma among us.
Well, the sentences are so close together, you don't need to repeat. You're saying the Roma should be?
No, we should recognize them as people. I think that's what he wants to have.
No. Let's keep it as it is. It's perfectly plain.
Stefan Nilsson.
May I, when I see the text, is it really needed to say many Central and Eastern European countries? We see the same in Nordic countries, here and there. So I wonder if you could say...
So just in many countries?
Yes, in many European countries.
In many European countries, okay.
I hope, just coming back to Luis, because I think we have overruled him. Can you accept if it stays? Yes.
Can I move on?
You're uncomfortable.
Okay, leader and CLLD. Now, I've added to this towards the end to reflect the things that were being said this morning. Leader and CLLD, we strongly advocate a territorial, integrated and partnership-based approach to rural development. We wish to see the widespread application of the leader principle and its extension into community-led local development, both within and beyond the EU. We are highly concerned by the current lack in many countries of a truly integrated process of regional and rural development. We urge institutions and governments within the EU to demonstrate trust in local action groups, to expand their funding, and to ensure coherence within the multi-funded approach opened up by CLLD. We urge all sectors in the Western Balkan and Black Sea countries to lay the groundwork of partnership between sectors for the use of LEADER and CLLD.
So, who wants to comment that? Hartmut from Germany.
Yes, thank you. I find the point a result of the discussion yesterday, but I'm missing another aspect which was in the draft, and this is the aspect of bureaucracy. And I think, I know that this is a never-ending story, and some people may be bored of this repeating again and again, but I'm a little bit afraid that we come into a situation where there is a great idea, but with only very few effect because the rules hinder us from being successful. So I would suggest to fill in, to have the sentence to adopt administrative rules to the needs of civil society structures. Perhaps you could also have another word for civil society, perhaps voluntary structures.
Reduction in bureaucracy or change in the mode of action?
I think it's about finding rules that are adapted to the way local action groups work.
Are you talking about simplifying? To simplify the bureaucratic processes? But local action groups are combinations of public, private and voluntary. Do you want to switch the whole emphasis over to a voluntary mode of operating?
Probably the groups are too diverse in that type of operation. The groups are too diverse over Europe in order to just mention the voluntary.
I haven't got... could you put it into one of my sentences? What is it precisely you want?
And governments within the EU to demonstrate that we should have this additional half sentence to adopt administrative rules to the needs of civil society structures, because they are for us. They are a main target group.
I think Paul Soto would like to say something on that, and he's a specialist. Maybe he has something to offer. You have something to offer here, maybe. Could you pass the microphone over there, Radim, maybe quickly to Paul? Or no? Okay, thank you.
No, nothing specialist. I would just suggest under we urge institutions to demonstrate trust in local action groups, to expand their funding, to adapt the rules to ensure that they respond to the needs of local communities.
Yes.
All right. Not just to civil society.
I think this is what Hartmut would be okay with that.
It's flexibility to rules and procedures to local communities,
right.
And to ensure coherence with integrated territorial. It's not just with multi-funding. It's with integrated territorial development.
Right. So to expand their funding, to adapt their rules and processes.
Procedures, you were saying.
Procedures.
Procedures, yeah.
To the needs of rural communities, and to ensure coherence with... No, it's all right, you've already got it in. And to ensure coherence with the with.
For me, it's with integrated territorial development or integrated territorial approaches. It's don't try and fit it into multi-funding, because multi-funding is possibly a trap.
Well, but what was being said this morning was that there isn't coherence between the different funds. It's not simply that the processes should be integrated, but that the relation between the funds should be sorted out.
And then to ensure genuine coherence and integration of funds and policies.
To ensure a truly integrated approach to the multi-funding, a truly integrated approach to the multi-funding.
It's bigger than multi-funding. Multi-funding is just seen as giving money to leader groups. It's the leader can be a mechanism for coordinating policies. Governance could be, yeah.
Truly integrated approach to local, a truly integrated approach to local development and to the use of multiple funds opened up by CLLD. Take out the rest.
I would even take out the CLLD, because there is more than CLLD.
And to the use of multiple funds, full stop. Take out opened up by CLLD.
Don't,
Paul, better, Paul?
Don't tell it to the Commission what you have been saying here.
Can you live with that? Let's move on.
Okay.
No.
There was one more person, was Radim, and then it was Peter Bakker, since a very long time. Can we have him first? Thank you.
Yes, I would wish to add, after as a continuation of the first sentence, something like in the framework of place-based policy, because we have kind of been arguing for that, saying all about this diversity, that we need more tailor-made policies, locally tailor-made policies. Place-based policy would cover that, and I think it's a term that we should promote.
Well, the word territorial is meant to mean the same thing. It doesn't mean that to you.
Not really. We're writing a book about this in Finland right now, based on Fabrizio Barca's report and other sources.
But we don't see the difference if we have territorial here.
What would you say, Louis? Sorry?
Yeah, I think he has a point with the translation. The translation to many languages of place-based would be territorial anyway, and then it's place-based policies.
I have to tell you, Peter, that I fully got from you several times this place-based word. It was not used in any other national report. Always territorial was taken to mean that.
It's an OECD terminology, probably.
May I add something?
Yes.
Sorry. Hello.
I know that it is used in some projects, and.
May I add something?
Who up there, Marta?
It's Marta. Yes.
Okay. She's.
So there is difference in understanding of different organizations. There is difference between place-based and territorial. The territorial development means a top-down approach. It can be understood from a top-down approach. The place-based is always from the bottom up. It is not
I can
my
understand, but the wording, the wording itself doesn't imply that.
It is not my opinion.
Yeah,
it is written
okay.
in definitions.
Oui.
The second thing that I think it's not, it's my, now another thing, it's my opinion, that local development is also something which is, which can cover both, top down and bottom up. If we want to explain precisely that we would like the energy of the people, the local people, local community, I think it would be very important to talk about the grassroots, innovative grassroots initiatives. Place-based and innovative and grassroots. These are very key words to that sentences.
Michael will now propose something. But I would say that for a non-specialist reader, this is all a little bit confusing. He will not put himself these questions when reading this manifesto, for sure, for sure. Panos, just a second, because Michael is... Michael, can you please read it, maybe?
We
for
strongly
everyone.
advocate a territorial, integrated and partnership-based approach to rural development pursued in a bottom-up and place-based spirit.
Is that okay? Accepted? Okay. Even Kim accepts this. And it's okay. Was there...
Still miss the grassroots from the text.
The grassroots.
Because it is what
Do
we
need
really
that?
need, a new energy from the people. And this is always in grassroots. You know, Michael, the kitchen table discussion.
But Marta,
That's the grassroots.
did you take part in the working group, in the workshop yesterday? Did you take part in the workshop yesterday? No, because I mean, they have discussed this intensively twice in 2 sessions, and I think we had enough specialists there. It gets...
Move on.
Can I? It's one of the principles.
Yeah. Let's move on.
I need.
There were some voices down there. Panos, I think you want. Okay, there was Radim, maybe because...
Just on behalf of many LR members, we need to stress more that 100% coverage of rural areas by local action groups is essential, because in many cases it's made by a political... The process of selection is very much politically influenced, and it's...
But this I wouldn't agree with. Because it's a matter
We've got
of critical mass of funding and lots of
widespread.
implications. Widespread is okay, but the 100% goal is something...
You're not, I hope, pleading for it to be applied to all rural areas in Europe.
We are thinking, also as a mayor of a municipality, that it's unfair that some of the regions have the instrument of leader and another doesn't have. It's for example, case of Slovakia, where the local action groups costs 100,000 euro to be supported, and many of the regions which we are representing have better strategies than the other ones, but now not selected because of the political influence. This is my point.
Radim, are you arguing for leader to be applied across the whole of rural Europe? Really? In view of the total funds which are available? In view of the total funds which are available? Widespread is enough. Mm-hmm.
Better not. Okay.
Mark.
let's move on now.
Well, Mark wants to come in.
Mark, the last one here.
I just wanted to say what I understood the distinction between place-based and territorial to be, and I think that the wording here actually is fine now. Place-based refers to people constructing the place that they are living in, so it's a construction by the people of that place. Territorial also refers to the relationships between places. That is spatial planning,
Now we
for
have
example.
both, and it's in line with what Marta was
So
saying.
16, rural services and infrastructure. Basic rural services such as shops, post offices, schools, primary healthcare and public transport, as well as social infrastructure, are vital underpinning to the quality of life in rural areas. Adequate infrastructure might be adequate physical infrastructure, I think would be helpful to distinguish it from social. Water supplies, sewerage systems and electricity, gas or oil supplies and transport systems is also vital. But in many rural regions, infrastructure is inadequate and rural services are already weak or being lost, which can start a vicious cycle of decline. We call upon governments and service providers to recognize the right of rural people to adequate infrastructure and reasonable access to all basic services, and to take action so that communities are enabled to make decisions appropriate to their needs.
So, we start, maybe how many do we have? Over there, we start maybe there in the back and to the left there. Yes, please. Can you pass him the microphone? Yes. We do it from this to this now.
I'm hopeful this
And
might take out at least 4 other comments. Telecommunications are rather important and they aren't included in the list. If you're going to explain a few, I would think that would need to be there.
Sorry, telecommunications is in the next paragraph.
Ah, okay, in that case, forget what I've said.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay. Stefan?
May I ask if we could say post-service instead of offices? In some cases, for instance, we have better service in rural areas than to have an office. Post-services.
Post-services. Postal service.
Postal services.
Postal services.
Probably better.
Okay, thank you. The next one from that side. Was you over there? No? It's done? Okay. Then there was here, the Scottish gentleman.
Yes. I keep saying my English teacher would be very proud of me. Number 16. You first of all mentioned basic rural services, then infrastructure, then you reverse the order in the next sentence. It should have actually read gas or oil supplies, transport systems are also vital. And then a new sentence, unfortunately, in many rural regions, infrastructure is rural services are already weak.
Got it, we'll do it.
Okay.
You're wrong about the first one. Your English teacher would not be proud of you because physical infrastructure is a single noun.
Yeah, but you've put them both together, so it becomes an is, it becomes an are. The other difference is these difficulties perpetuate the vicious cycle of decline. Because it doesn't start it, it perpetuates it. Because it may already have started.
Which can start, can
That's why I said perpetuate. It doesn't say if
yeah, no, I got it. Which can
just perpetuate it.
Contribute to.
Well, okay.
Right, now we turn the inner bit of the sentence round in tribute to Brendan's English teacher. So we got it, but in many rural regions, rural services are already weak or being lost, and infrastructure is inadequate. We'll do that while you're finding if others want. So here we go. Take out.
Okay.
Well, no, relax for a moment. Let me do it.
And I think there was no one. Franz, please.
Yes, I've seen that there was already some substantial change in this, but I would like to take it a little bit further. We have a lot of new possibilities to create infrastructure out of local resources. There are bioenergy villages, for example, that create heat and electricity out of local resources. So communities are not just enabled to make decisions, but they also are enabled to turn resources into infrastructure, their own resources. You know what I mean? It's, we should choose the most empowering approach. In the next paragraph on telecommunication, that's definitely something missing. Here, it could be stressed a little bit more.
And do you have a concrete suggestion for the wording then?
And even build structures appropriate for their needs, which refers to things like biogas.
Well, this bit was wrong as I recognize it, I read it out. It's not just to make decisions, it's to make decisions about services and infrastructure which are appropriate for their needs. With that, I didn't hear the bit.
Michael, it was about not just make decisions, but really build the infrastructure.
Oh, I see. Are enabled to
make decisions and build infrastructures appropriate for their needs.
To create or to...
Make decisions and take actions.
Yes.
To secure services and infrastructure.
Yes.
Appropriate to their needs.
Great.
Okay.
I have another little word to put there. Sorry.
Who was there? Who's now speaking?
Here.
Okay, over there.
It's a
sorry,
problem.
we had
Romania,
Ryan Howard first.
Yes. In Romania, the authority, the authority forbid to construct your own road or something like that without a project. So let's put and to facilitate other solution or something like that. Can do by yourself if the authority don't do that. To allow you, because in our country it's forbidden to do your own road or your own pipe or something like that. And to allow others.
To allow?
Yeah, to allow, sorry.
Can you speak into the microphone? Does this go into your direction? To allow, to enable? Okay. Very
good.
Then we have Ryan, please.
I have just three inputs. One maybe an extraction more than an input. The first one is adequate. I like the word sustainable to be put in there beside physical infrastructure. That the word sustainable should be considered in the context of adequate, sustainable physical infrastructure. And in the context of following the sentence further, electricity, gas and oil, could that be merged into energy so that we're not just talking about fossil, it's the broader sense of energy and the use of the word sustainable beforehand?
Energy supplies, and sustainable.
Yeah. And one last input, maybe it's captured properly later on, but the fact there's no word enterprise in there. Enterprise infrastructure, that, so in the context of that line of sewage, electricity, energy, I like the idea of including something about enterprise.
What's an enterprise infrastructure?
Local parks, enterprise parks, local enterprise parks. I just use the word enterprise in the context of having infrastructure within a rural area to create jobs. But
well, hold on. That comes up when we're
yeah, that's okay.
When we're in the enterprise section, the economy section.
Michael, for our needs instead of their needs at the end. Was it a suggestion there, lady?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. One last comment here.
Yes, I think we missed telecommunication, because if we explain so much about infrastructure, we have
in the next
to remember
paragraph.
that telecommunication. Okay, okay.
Yeah, in order not to double
Okay.
things. Okay, we go.
Broadband communication. Access to high-capacity telecommunications is becoming crucial to the social, cultural and economic life of all Europeans and to the provision of vital services. Rural areas, particularly in Central and Eastern Europe and many peripheral EU regions, are at present gravely disadvantaged by weakness in telecommunication systems. We call on governments, multinational funders and telecommunication providers to work urgently towards access to high-speed broadband for all rural populations.
Okay. Pedro?
Someone said great?
No, no, not great.
So who? Okay, Franz, please.
Yeah, this is really my favorite subject. There are two things that I would really drastically change here, or at least amend. First of all, rural areas are the areas that need this broadband infrastructure most, because it helps them to balance some disadvantages. It's not only having the same level, but they need probably much more support than other areas. The second thing is, we had this, I'm also a little bit nostalgic, we had this fantastic conference in Brussels in 2007, Bridging the Broadband Gap. And the European Commission's DG Competition, they allowed us to overtly say that we have an ongoing market failure for many, many years, more than 10 years, and it's exactly those multinational funders and telecommunication providers who are to blame for these wrong business decisions. And then at the time they created an action to support anybody who could provide broadband infrastructure. And among those anybody's, for example in Denmark or in Austria, were communities themselves who created fiber optic networks. So what was said in the previous paragraph, that communities can take action, is also very true for this crucial infrastructure.
Okay.
Well, there are two different points there. One is the special needs because of disadvantages of distance and
Right.
low population,
Right.
Which could be put in, but I think is understood. But the latter point is very good. Well, hold on. Let me just accommodate the points that have been made. We've got your hand, but let me try to accommodate this.
Sorry. Yesterday in the group, it was accepted that rural areas, just as this gentleman has said, that rural areas have a very higher need than if you were in an urban area. That was accepted. We didn't change it because we thought it was well covered in what you had already written.
Okay,
Thank you.
fine. Mm-hmm. Crucial social economic provision of rural areas and the provision of vital services. So I think we have to insert a second sentence there. That's right. Because of their distance and sparse population, rural areas have particular needs for effective telecommunications. That meet your point? Where is she? Telecommunications, not ordinary communications. And then full stop, but sparsely populated. Sparsely populated. Oh, yes, no, you're right. Sparse population, comma after population.
Comma.
Right. Full stop. However, many rural areas and then take out the many later in the line. Well, you've got rural areas duplicated now. Towards the beginning of the sentence, you've already got many rural areas, so you don't need the second statement of rural areas. Many, it goes in there. Yes. Yeah. Many rural areas. Now take out the second rural areas.
Take away this.
All right. Now, however, many rural areas, particularly in etc., are at present gravely disadvantaged. Has that got it?
Yes.
But then at the last sentence, we need to put in, we call on governments, multinational funds and telecommunication work urgently, and to enable, at the far end, and where necessary to enable rural communities themselves to take action to secure this service. To enable rural communities themselves to take action to secure this service.
Great.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next one.
No, you're ignoring me again.
Okay.
You've picked broadband communications, and while telecommunications could be defined as several things, I'd like to see the word broadband and mobile communications.
And mobile communications.
Because it's the mobile phone communications that an awful lot of people are finding major difficulties with. And the last sentence mentions broadband again, which infers we're not talking about mobile communications.
Weakness and
or
we're talking generally about communications until the last sentence, so simply let's add in mobile.
In the type,
I will accept that.
High-speed broadband and mobile.
Okay.
In which case, could I ask you to put mobile communications in the heading as well, please?
Got it.
Also in the heading.
Moving on.
Okay.
In the heading, Michael, I think he has a point that in the heading we only speak about.
Oh, all right.
Broadband.
Fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, next one.
18. Now, this is a big one, and there were many changes offered, and I simply could not accommodate them all, and I plead with you not to over-enrich this already heavy sentence, paragraph. Local and sub-regional economies. The rural regions of Europe embrace thousands of local and sub-regional economies, rich in micro, small and medium-sized enterprises, which form the lifeblood of communities and contribute greatly to the broader economies of European nations. We assert the high importance of sustaining the vitality and viability of these local and sub-regional economies throughout rural Europe. The means of doing so will vary from place to place, but can embrace initiative in many different sectors: agriculture, forestry, energy production, added value enterprises, tourism and service industries, plus businesses based on information technology. There is high scope for social enterprises. Of high importance is the provision of versatile advisory, business support and credit services, plus vocational education and training accurately geared to the existing and potential job opportunities.
Goran.
On behalf of Robert Lucas, who had to go, his suggestion was to change the word in the second sentence. Instead of sustaining, he is suggesting renewing, so that we should be more open into the future, into the creation process. That was his intervention, and my is to add when we start to say agriculture, forestry, energy production, and so on. In the next sentence, that we add food chains.
Well, added value enterprises and chains.
Food chains.
Yeah, but it's not
Yeah,
only
so-
food that has chains.
Yeah. And that we delete where we say service industries, that we delete the word industries. We keep just services. If we are talking about local and sub-regional economies, we are not talking about industries.
Well, it is a sector, isn't it?
Yeah, but this is industrial sector, which is not,
Service. What do you-
this
what
is
do you
more
want?
or less urban privilege, not the rural.
Tourism and services. So, added value enterprises. No, comma, food chains, where there's no harm in adding food chains. Comma, tourism and other services. Well, the normal phrase is service industries, but I don't mind. Leave it. And service, not services now. Take out the S at the end of services.
We leave it. Paul Soto?
Just a quick one. I suggest rather than food chains, which is very specific, supply chains.
Supply chains.
That's
Supply
good.
chains
That's neat, yeah.
is the best.
Thank you.
What about fishing?
What about fishing?
Yes. We have all the shores in all the rural
Old
areas.
DG Mare would say, where are we? Agriculture, forestry, fishing.
The comment from
Or
Iceland.
fisheries. No, fishing. Yeah. Let's go on.
And there's Mark.
Yeah, is there any reason why we've omitted manufacturing? It's important in many rural areas.
It's a good point. We visited a massive place 2 days ago.
And
hold on. Fishing, energy production, added value enterprises, supply chain management. Manufacturing including. Yeah, manufacturing including, because after all, added value enterprises are themselves manufacturing. Manufacturing including added value enterprises.
And,
Okay.
and I'm wondering about this word renewing, which Robert has introduced, because it suggests maybe that rural economies are not vital and viable anywhere.
So shall we keep both verbs, sustaining and renewing?
Or you could put enhancing, if you wanted to save some words. Enhancing.
Enhancing. That's neat, yes. Take out and renewing. Because that embraces both.
It's a good compromise. Robert will be happy.
Yeah. Move
so, someone else? No. Alistair.
Yeah, I just think you've missed out the knitting sector. No, seriously. You could stop that. You could stop that paragraph at the end of throughout rural Europe and stop and leave the rest, because it's a bit passive otherwise. We're asserting it. We don't need to talk in detail about every single sector, do we?
Well, is there sympathy to leaving out that long sentence?
No.
It's maybe a bit too radical.
Actually, it's one of the issues in rural areas that people don't understand that manufacturing and added value service industries actually take place in rural areas. Therefore, mentioning them becomes a critical factor.
I must say I'd rather keep it in because it makes very plain what we mean by diversifying.
So the man from the land of food and drink, is he okay with leaving it? Okay.
Please, may we go on? Small and family farms. Now here is a really big one. It came up from almost, well, not almost every, because there are some countries like Denmark which hardly have any small farms, but I hope I've offended someone now. But this was an enormous issue across very many of the so small and family farms. We recognize the major contribution that, because we had then to make sure that we keep the economic farmers happy in what we say. We recognize the major contribution that commercial farms make to the European economy. However, we are gravely concerned with the loss of the farm labour force and for the well-being of the many millions of small and family farms within the EU and in Southeast Europe and the Black Sea region, especially in remote areas, mountains and islands. These farms give livelihood to millions of families, provide food to local markets, form the staple population of thousands of communities, and sustain traditional ways of life on which the health of the land, landscapes, ecosystems and cultural heritage depend. They may retain viability by forming cooperatives, adding value collectively to their products, diversifying their local economies, and gradually forming larger land units. We urge governments, donors, civil society organizations and rural communities to recognize and support family farming as a viable European model. A key issue is that of the something like 7 million small farms in the European Union alone, those below 2 hectares are typically below the radar of action by governments, which is why we're asking for them to support family farming as a viable European model, where, you know, as alongside the big commercial farms.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe we start then with Mindaugas.
If I make quick, small suggestions which will make this a little bit even more better, they may retain viability. Would it be worthwhile to say they would be more competitive by forming cooperatives? No. Competitiveness was raised on the number, and this is the vital. This is the actually why they're viable. So competitiveness, and maybe the last part, gradually forming larger land units. Is it really so important to have that sentence? Maybe we can save on that. Everyone appreciates that it's going to be like that if they're in cooperative. So we can save a space.
May I comment, please? Because these are crucial words. We deliberately, in my circle and in this language, therefore, and in many of the national reports, do not use the word competitive, because that is what drives governments to ignore millions, and I mean millions, of very small farms. They simply write them off because they don't perceive that they are capable of being competitive in a sense of the European market. But the European market is irrelevant to most of these people. What they want is viability in the context of their local communities and their local economies. So it's quite deliberate to use the word viability as distinct from competitive. And secondly, the last phrase, the dead problem is that governments have this image. I can quote from Poland. There used to be 1.6 million small farms in Poland, and the Polish government, almost as a matter of deliberate and open policy, said, we want to amalgamate all of those so that there's no more than 400,000. So you'd lose 3/4 of the farms. And that was done without previously providing any other source of employment in the rural areas, which is why I've faced up to the issue of gradually forming larger units, but pleading for it to be gradual, so that it can be done in a deliberate manner by, for example, bringing people together in cooperatives, forming the cooperatives, enabling the farmers of the present size to flourish, and then within the context of those cooperatives, gradually to enable amalgamation in a local way, and not by, for example, land grabbing by massive international farm companies. So those wording is very deliberate. I shall fight for it, but I look forward to the debate.
Okay, no, it's okay. If you're so enthusiastic about that, we already did a lot of changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Mark was the next one.
Yes, thank you. I strongly support what you've just said, Michael. My point is a small one, but potentially quite an important one. In the list of the different ways forward, there's no specific recognition of off-farm incomes or off-farm employment. So you talk about forming cooperatives, adding value collectively to their products, diversifying their local economies, which could be taken to mean including pluriactivity, but it's not explicit. And,
okay, sorry, so can we go in here, diversifying their farm incomes and...
Okay, then we have the lady down there.
Yeah, I would like to add the concept of community farming, like community-supported agriculture. You are talking about farming cooperatives, but there are also other trends in other countries, and could we, I don't know what's the good wording, but it's not only cooperatives. Community farming.
This is typically called community-aided agriculture or community-based agriculture. Is that what you're talking about?
Could you use the microphone, Mike?
Are you talking about community-based agriculture? Yeah. Forming cooperatives and social farming enterprises. Check out the comma between cooperatives and enterprises, comma, added value. Okay? Got it.
Yes, okay. Then we can move to the next.
I'm really cheered by that one going through, I have to tell you. It's small towns, lost it, here we are. Small towns which number thousands in Europe have crucial importance as social, economic and cultural centres for rural communities. They are the centres of commerce, public and social services, secondary schools and healthcare, and offer major opportunities for tourism. However, they are not recognised as a major target of national or European policies and programmes, often being perceived as neither rural nor urban. We advocate scroll down in a minute, we advocate a mainstream European Union policy focused on small towns, recognising all the important contributions they make in the social and economic structures of rural regions and their vitality, and for greater focus on the needs of small towns in national policies, full stop.
Okay. We start maybe over there with the gentleman, please.
I raised an yes, now it's better. I raised an issue earlier, and you advised me to raise it again here. I feel that the civil society organizations in rural areas should join forces with similar organizations in urban areas. Yeah. In particular, in enhancing the local democracy, citizens' participation, and gender equality. The background for this is that more than half of the population in Europe lives in urban areas, and they have some of the same problems as we are discussing here. So I think it should be advisable to join forces with such organizations as well, under the context of all Europe should live.
Thank you. So I'm going to dictate a new little paragraph and see whether you like it. We call for, put it in bold. Put that in bold. Move out of bold, you know. Yeah. We call for increased cooperation between communities and organizations, organizations and authorities in rural and urban areas in order to gain the full benefit of social, cultural and economic links which such cooperation can bring, semicolon, semicolon. No, not that. Are you using your own typewriter?
No, not actually.
and for vigorous exchange of ideas and good practice between those involved in local development in urban and rural areas. Now, is something like that what you're after?
Wonderful.
Involved in rural and urban areas.
Maybe? Pedro?
Watch out, we already have 6 pages. Maybe not completely 6 pages, but be careful.
Doesn't matter.
With
The important thing is that we're declaring it, and it's a lovely, rich agenda. We can always extract from it the things that we use for each particular audience. Will you buy that extra paragraph?
Wonderful.
Yes, please.
I agree, Michael, with the changes in wording that you have made to what we suggested last night. But there is one point. Can you scroll back down to the beginning? Crucial importance as social and economic cultures centres for rural communities. Somebody mentioned earlier on the importance of enterprise and structures for having businesses in rural areas, but what we're missing there is the contribution that small town businesses make, not just to the local economy, but to the regional and national. And there has been work done in places like Kent to prove how many millions of the economy of Kent actually comes from its rural areas. So there's something about, it's not just a centre for the rural area, it actually contributes to regional and national economies.
Right? Semicolon. She's found it. Take out N. And at the end of the sentence, put another semicolon. And collectively make a major contribution.
Thank you.
To regional
and national
economies.
Yeah.
Regional and national economies.
Thank you.
Let's move on. Yeah, let's move on. Now then, 21. Climate change and natural resources. In the run-up to the United Nations Conference on Climate Change, we assert the major role which the rural areas of Europe can play in combating climate change and sustaining environmental resources, and also recognize the need to assist rural areas to adapt to climate change. I put in at lunchtime that second half of that sentence. Over 40% of the land surface of Europe is in forests, which can capture and sequestrate carbon, and which contribute massively to renewable resources of raw material and energy. Rural areas are well placed to meet the growing demand for renewable energy from wind, hydro, solar, heat exchange and wood fuel sources in ways which respect the environment and which bring direct benefit and employment to rural communities. We call for increased use of agroforestry, agroecology and bioeconomy approaches. We also urge that the conditions created by climate change should be taken into account in the definition of disadvantaged regions when assessing the allocation of financial support. That's a direct, that last sentence is again put in as a result of this morning's discussion.
Okay, so please, from Iceland,
Yes, thank
Omar.
you.
Climate change.
Hello. Hello. You hear me? Yeah. Okay. I put in the fish just now, and I would like to add a little bit like that. It's in ways which respect the environment of land and sea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Respect the environment of land.
Before that, you have renewable energy from wind, tide,
Yes, good.
hydrosolar, geothermal, and then a heat exchange.
All right, not heat exchange, rather geothermal.
The heat exchange, I think it means not, it's another thing, you know. But geothermal, I think it must be there. It's a great progress in that field. And again, in ways which respect environment of land and sea, comma, intact nature.
Sorry, Omar, could you just, since we're picking up all your points, I just want to make sure I'm picking them up as they go along. So far I've got wind, tide, solar, geothermal and wood fuel sources in ways which respect the environment of land and sea. Now, what's the next change?
Comma, intact nature. Respect intact nature.
Sorry?
Why? We have... Yes. Yeah, I can repeat it. Well placed to meet the growing demand of renewable energy from wind and so on and so forth, in ways which respect the environment of land and sea, comma, intact nature, respect for intact nature.
The nature is intact. That the nature.
Intact.
Intact, you know.
Intact.
Intact nature is.
Nordic languages is a.
No,
intact.
no. I mean the value of intact nature. Intact nature is nature which has not been spoiled by man in any means. It is it is in Iceland. It is in the mountains, the Pripyat marshes in Belarusia, intact. It has not been touched, you know.
Untouched, maybe.
Untouched, okay. Untouched.
It's not a phrase we would normally use. I'm just trying to understand what you mean. You want...
Can you use the microphone, please?
Nature to be left intact by the process, which...
To respect untouched nature.
Respect untouched nature and the environment and land and sea. Put it in there, because it's better. In ways which respect untouched nature and the environment of land and sea.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, and which. That's right.
You just remove the word hydro, which is more about rivers, and tide, which is more about seas and coastal estuaries.
There should be also hydro.
Yeah.
Because tide is
hydro.
only.
Yeah, we lost hydro. Yeah.
Here.
Is there any more? Yes, from Romania.
I believe instead of sea, we put water because it's about source of water, of potable water, and we must protect and preserve in this paragraph. So let's put with slash or instead of sea, water. We don't say nothing about protecting water, potable water.
The environment is land and sea.
You're talking about aquifers and the environment of land.
Land and water, not land and sea.
Yeah, but
land and water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Doesn't matter, I don't mind being told that it's wrong. 22.
Okay, let's move on.
Western Balkans and Southeast Europe. Rural communities and economies in the Western Balkans and Southeast Europe countries are deeply affected by the political instability in the region. The process of accession to the EU is on hold. This slows up the process of political reform. Rural development is seen as a low priority. We urge the EU to revitalise the accession process in this region, including much more effective support to rural development processes. Now, this is very much the Boban Ilic kind of message, but it was painful to read in many of the national reports from this area how much they feel that the rural communities are losing out because of the instability and political uncertainty about the accession process. So this is a genuine heart cry from the governments in that region.
So Hannes wants to say something on this.
Yes, unfortunately we don't have representatives from the southern Mediterranean. I think we have talked about reasons for migration and refugees, and there is as difficult region as I would say is the southern Mediterranean. So I would suggest that we add Western Balkans, Southeast Europe and southern Mediterranean. And
Hannes, till now we have genuinely been talking about Europe. They are outside Europe. The only way in which they, I believe, can legitimately be brought in is by reference to the wider interests of which are already in a few phrases which the IATP has already offered and which we've put in. But seriously, if we're talking about Europe, we should only be referring to the countries outside Europe in phrases which are clearly referring to countries outside Europe, not embracing them into processes which we are pleading in a European context.
Well, sorry, I disagree. I think we are talking about refugees and reasons for people moving in. And if we take the neighbor countries out, then we just ignore something which is as unstable, or at least comparably unstable, as countries that have come under this pressure in Southeast Europe.
We already have them implied within the refugee paragraph.
No, we haven't mentioned the southern Mediterranean.
Yes, we have. We've talked about them as being, we've included a phrase about urging governments to tackle the problems at source.
Okay, I leave it at that if nobody...
Is there any support for Hannes
support
here? Not really. Okay. Is there anyone else?
Yes.
No? Okay. Yes, please.
By whom is rural development seen as a low priority?
Sorry, can we switch on the microphone, please?
Yes.
Did you hear me?
No, we didn't.
By whom
Good point.
is rural development seen as a low priority?
Rural development is seen by governments as a low priority. Thank you.
Yeah, it clarifies the...
No. Seen by government. Governments, plural, as a low priority. Thank you.
Okay. So, we can close this one, go to the next.
Leadership in rural development. We acknowledge the important role of leadership at all levels and between levels. We recognize that a prime responsibility for identifying needs and delivering solutions rests with us, the local actors. However, leadership in rural development involves collective action from local, regional, national and European levels, and is characterized by commitment, communication, cooperation, and building trust. We call upon civil society, governments, and the private sector to work in partnership, to offer capacity building, resources, and support to foster an environment which encourages innovative, sustainable, and accountable leadership, inspiring and engaging future leaders. This is a direct text provided by the working group.
Okay, any comments on that? Leadership? No, it looks fine.
Okay. Civil society
Excellent.
networks. The European and national networks which have led this European Rural Parliament campaign are rooted in local action and participative democracy. Their membership includes thousands of village-level action groups, local associations, cooperatives, and other structures which run essential services and promote cooperation among rural actors. We call upon governments and the European institutions to respect the independence of NGOs and their networks and to support their activities.
Okay, any comment on this? No. We can go. Wow.
People are getting tired.
Okay.
Partnership between civil society and governments. We believe that effective rural development demands an open-minded and innovative partnership between people and governments side by side as equals. This is where that comes back round. We call upon rural stakeholders to work positively with governments. Note the double side of this sentence. We call upon rural stakeholders to work positively with governments and upon governments to establish meaningful systems of consultation and collaborative decision-making in order to enable rural stakeholders to participate in shaping policies and to lay a strong foundation for fruitful partnership between rural stakeholders and governments at all levels. The thought here is, I forget what it's called, the Arnhem ladder. Sorry? The Arnstein, right. So where you go, information, consultation, participation, partnership, query, delegation. And you have to climb that ladder in building trust between governments and people. And that's why it is like that. To establish the meaningful systems of consultation and collaborative decision-making, and then to move on to partnership. That's why it's phrased in that way.
So, but we have someone who wants to say something on it, please.
This is very important, and from our experience, I know that sometimes the donors affect how government recognize to work or not to work with civil society. I think this is proper place. I don't know how to put, but maybe we should call also upon major donors or institutional donors or whoever, the funders, the financing institutions, to pay attention or somehow to urge the governments to include not to include, but the governments, the donors should support this partnership between governments and civil society. Because very often they give just, they have mandate to give to the government, and the government creates their own, NGO, Gingo, and you know what they are doing.
Thank you.
I think this is point where we should tackle the donors and the funding institutions.
Okay, so after governments, put in a comma there, after government. International institutions and appropriate agencies. Full stop. No, not full stop. Take out that gap. We can define what we mean. The reason I don't use the word donors is that you are in a world of donors around the Black Sea, whereas in our countries, that era has long passed when they are such major players. So by appropriate agencies, each nation can interpret that to mean what it wants for its country. Yeah. Okay, can we move on?
Okay.
No.
No one else. There's one still.
In the
One,
title,
two.
partnership and a large access between civil society and governments. Why? Sometimes they use a puppet civil association to create a fake impression that they consult all the civil society. It's necessary to have access for all organizations from civil society. Sometimes they avoid that. They try to put in front some fake civil society.
What's the change you're proposing?
Partition and large access, with large access in the title.
Large access, maybe access.
Civil society, in this sense, is intended to embrace everything but government, effectively. So any large actors would be part of it, and so would many small actors. I would plead that you don't specify. Civil society is a very broad term.
Okay, I think it's accepted.
Can we move on?
Then there was someone else, the last one here? No. Alistair.
Yeah, Mickey and I facilitated this group. 25 was a bit tricky, but essentially in terms of word changes, I think the emphasis was not on consultation but on engagement. So to establish meaningful systems of engagement in order to enable rural stakeholders to participate effectively in the shaping and implementation of policies. That was our feeling in the group yesterday.
Does engagement replace both consultation and collaborative decision-making?
Yes.
So let's just try it, to establish meaningful systems of engagement. Will that translate in other languages? I rather doubt. I think engagement is not a widely recognized term, or it's ambiguous.
I think the feeling was that consultation was too passive. Consultation is something that gets done to you. It's not something that you do with somebody else. Does that make sense?
But you have collaborative decision-making too.
I'd rather keep the present phrase, candidly.
Yep.
I think we keep the present phrase. But you then wanted to add something to the next phrase. In order to enable rural stakeholders?
To shape and implement policies.
To participate in shaping and implementing policies.
Policies, yeah.
Thank you. Moving on. 26.
Yes.
We call on governments to act in a spirit of trustful and open-minded partnership with rural communities, and to provide a supportive climate of law, regulation, administration and finance. This supportive climate should include a full commitment to democracy and the rule of law, coherence between different aspects of policy across the whole field of government action related to rural areas, rural proofing of all relevant policies and programs, and sensitive and flexible use of regulatory, fiscal and financial systems to encourage initiative by individuals, small and medium-sized enterprises, cooperatives and others, and respect for international laws and treaties. Take out that "and" there. Where we owe to Juliet the addition of the last little subclause.
So, anyone? Yes, we start maybe here.
Could you just add micro, small and medium-sized enterprises to be consistent with what you said in earlier paragraphs.
Good, yes, yeah.
Micro with a C.
It's a C, not a K.
C. And then Mark.
It's just a small addition. I suggest that aspects of policy across the whole field of government action related to rural areas at multiple scales.
Sorry, between aspects of policy, go ahead again, a little closer to your mouth.
Aspects of policy across the whole field of government action related to rural areas at multiple scales. Or you could put at multiple scales after aspects of policy at multiple scales. My point is it's not just about horizontal integration, it's also about vertical integration.
Complex language.
There is
between different aspects of policy across the whole field of government. Isn't that embracing enough?
No, because that might just mean at the local level. And what you want is also vertical integration between the local and the regional and the
between
national.
different aspects, between different aspects and geographical levels. Of policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Vishnu first, maybe, up there. And then
We're within 4 paragraphs. Thank you for your
four
patience.
paragraphs. Yeah.
What I miss here is more explicitly expressed demand to lessen administrative burden. I find that the phrasing to provide a supportive climate is too mild. And the idea, such an idea, I heard it during these few days here in a few occasions, last time in the morning presentation today. So my suggestion would be we call on the Commission and the governments to make the regulatory framework more flexible, better adaptable to different local conditions, and to diminish the administrative burden in order to encourage local action or something of the kind.
We've got at the moment, thank you, Vishnu. So we've got sensitive and flexible use of regulatory, fiscal and financial systems.
We find the administrative burden rather discouraging for the moment, so I find that something should be done.
I haven't really got what the extra point is.
It's definitely quite a lot.
When is the real extra point the simplification of bureaucracy? Is that the real extra point?
Yes, and of the whole regulatory framework.
Oh, sensible, flexible.
Sensitive and
I think
flexible.
it's so complicated that
maybe
whole
the
sentence
design.
already
Maybe
to
we can
add
put in the
more.
design of the regulatory framework. Make some. We have the sensitive and flexible use of the, but that's of the systems. I don't know.
Okay, so we'll try programs. Simplified design. After programs, simplified design, comma, and sensitive and flexible use, comma. Thank you.
Of sensible, simplified design and of systems. Yes. Yeah. Okay. looks good. Now we have Kurt Krambach.
Yeah, I would like to mention one point concerning open-minded partnership rural communities. One of the preconditions should be the acceptance of the self-responsibility of rural communities. That means their right to decide on their own matters or to take part in all decisions on their own matters. This was one of the main demands in our campaign. In all villages we had discussed this.
Didn't we have this further?
Well, I'll try. So here, after rural communities, comma, recognizing their right to self-determination, semicolon, all right? Julia.
Please mention. Hello.
Microphone here.
Microphone.
Michael, I'm just wondering, the last phrase that you put on there, and respect for international laws and treaties.
Yeah.
I think my original, in some of the wording that I had added in a workshop was actually mentioned another way. It was to say, and to be respected by international laws and treaties.
By.
Right?
Very different. I rather wondered what you were at, because it looked as though you were going to say, if we get TTIP, then you all got to respect it.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
No, to be respected
by international
but
laws
the question is
and
whether
treaties.
the sentence and respect for the rights of rural communities okay, and respect for the rights of rural communities
yes.
in forging, take out by. You happy with that?
Okay.
Hold on. Are you happy?
Yes.
Good.
Okay, I still have you.
Please
and,
mention also the social enterprises.
The social enterprises should be mentioned. Social enterprises.
Should we mention where?
Where? Exactly.
After
I see. Yes, I to financial to encourage
small, micro,
small and micro, small. Sorry, let's away. We got lost here. Fiscal and financial systems to encourage initiative by individuals. Take out small and. Micro, small and medium-sized enterprises, commerce, social enterprises,
thank you,
comma, cooperatives and others. Got it.
Okay.
Can we move on?
Alistair, the last one.
So, sorry, we facilitated this group as well on this manifesto statement, and there was no consensus in the group. And the mood music was we should stop at the word finance in the first sentence and drop everything else because we couldn't see where it was coming from. We thought it was just a shopping list of stuff that didn't really make much sense. We couldn't see where it came from. So I thought I'd just mention that, throw it in there, but otherwise it just looks all a bit messy.
Well, the plain fact is that of that long sentence, there are many parts of this which are missing in countries. There are countries which are not observing the rule of law, which are not democratic. I could name them if you wish, in which there is gross lack of coherence between different aspects and so on. I mean, it depends which country you come from, but these are serious demands,
no,
and to omit them is not on, in my view.
Right, well that's fine, but that wasn't clear when in the group yesterday, and we kind of suspected that it was you were looking at particular audiences within Europe, and I get that, so that's fine. You've explained it very well. Thank you.
Education. This is a brand new paragraph which I put in because I didn't have the energy or time last night in response to quite a number of pressures from the rapporteurs. Education. In a changing world, people everywhere need constantly to enhance their ability to adapt and innovate in social and economic activity. For this reason, education has a crucial place in enabling rural communities to thrive, and particularly to enable young people to understand the opportunities for a rich and viable life in the countryside, and to attain and constantly renew the skills which are needed.
Any comment on this, Franz?
Could we have an explicit mentioning of the art of cooperation, Michael? Education for rural areas means education for cooperation and to form networks of complementary skills, which is something we do not learn in schools.
Mm-hmm. It's the
complementing,
it's to learn how to cooperate and
form networks.
But it's not part of the education system.
May I say something?
Okay.
We have a lot
to
of
enabling rural communities to thrive. With the necessary cooperation and networking. Cooperation and networking. Take out the and. Mm-hmm.
May I add something?
Semicolon. You may in a second, when I've just got this in. We can always change again. And particularly. And. In enabling. Just to make it part of the logic of the sentence. Ling, thank you, sorry.
Okay, there's a
We were talking about a lot in my workshop, in our workshop, about having the possibility to study on distance, especially for young people, if they don't want to move to cities, and also for women who have small childs, for example. And I think this should be stressed.
Mm-hmm. So we haven't got an active verb in here. We might as well put one in, a new sentence. We urge education authorities to ensure effective access to education services, educational authorities to ensure effective access for rural communities to education services, including distance learning and vocational training suited to the realities of rural life. Sorry, that's off the top of my head, but has it got your point?
Is that okay? We have, because we have to move on now. We are a little bit behind schedule.
We've got 3 more.
And we have still 3 more, so please, if it's possible to yeah.
Let's move on.
We have...
Okay.
Very quickly, if it's not about now...
Go on, Mark.
Microphone?
Has the microphone got to?
It went, it was here.
There was a consensus from my team in order to integrate into the school curriculum environmental education from the age of 4 years old.
Yeah, but this is something maybe a little bit too specific to put this in.
Come in here.
Okay,
Education.
we had two groups working yesterday, so that was their willingness and what they were seeing, because it's important to build environmental awareness from very, very early ages in order to be able to...
Education, dash. Well, with a little gap before the dash. From early childhood and on a lifelong basis. Lifelong is all one word.
Really?
With another little dash after that phrase.
With a space.
With a space.
Okay, that covers my point as well then.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Mark. So kind. And but then we are, yeah, the microphone has to come back here.
I'm afraid you may have to change that last sentence, because in fact the term that's missing out of that whole sentence is the words lifelong learning, which is the generally accepted statement. I therefore recommend that what it should actually read is, in a changing world, the development of lifelong learning to help people to adapt and innovate in the social and economic activity is essential. And that will get the word in.
I've got it now in, Brendan. I've got it now in the next paragraph, the next sentence.
No, the term is lifelong learning. LLL. That is the generally accepted term.
From early childhood. But the first sentence is not about the solution, it's about the problem. Education as the solution comes into the second. So, from early childhood and with lifelong learning.
Why not education and lifelong learning?
For this reason, education and lifelong learning, starting in early childhood. Dash, starting in early childhood to meet the Cypriot point. And a little dash after the childhood. And take out the next 4 words. Can we move on?
Okay, then we can move on, I suppose. Okay. Yes, please.
Good.
There was still one gentleman. Very quickly, please.
Very briefly, I just thought it might be worth putting in a point about the importance of education in encouraging people to participate fully in their communities, which is not in there. I think that I would personally change young people to people of all ages and abilities, or else say for people of all ages and abilities to attain constantly the skills which are needed and to participate fully in the decisions that affect them or the life of their communities, or some phrase like that. I just think it's an important element of education. We've been talking about participation and capacity elsewhere. I think it's a missing element there.
And to participate fully in developmental processes. No, don't take out particularly. I'm putting it in here. And to participate fully in developmental processes. Full stop. It has, that's right. They have, sorry, because it's education and lifelong learning. Brendan will pick me up if I get that wrong. They have particular importance in particular. Well, no, but I've got rural communities, which is all ages, now able to participate fully.
I suppose, but the point was that it was enabling the individuals to become effective parts of that community, which I think is not the sense that is given by
all right,
the
enabling rural people. Would you like enabling rural people to thrive rather than rural communities?
Well, I'm suggesting enabling people of all ages and abilities, or I'm happy with if you want to keep young people to understand the opportunities for a rich and viable life in the countryside, comma, to attain and constantly renew the skills which are needed, and to participate fully in developmental processes, life of their community, or something like that.
So you don't want to give special importance to the young people?
I'm easy about that, but I think that, now that we've got lifelong learning in there, I'm relaxed about that. Yeah, if you want to put that.
So enabling young people to understand. This we've now got. Comma. Take out the and. At the end of the sentence, put a comma. And to participate.
Yeah. Participate as citizens, I think, would be spot on.
The development process. No, it can't repeat that. No.
Participate as citizens would be good.
To participate.
As citizens.
As citizens. Well, that's clever. Good. Can we move on?
Okay, now we move on.
International exchanges, 28.
Sorry, we don't need the developmental processes bit further up, I don't think. That wasn't my suggestion.
What? Well, what else are you asking them to participate in?
Well, it's been, the point was participate as citizens, and I was wanting it in that sentence. It's been added into the previous sentence, and I don't think it's necessary.
No, I think it works as it is.
Okay, fine.
International exchanges. We believe that the work to achieve...
Someone discovered an error or something? In the third line?
Where are we?
In 27, in the third line. For this reason.
What is it, Lewis?
In the third line, education and lifelong learning. It's,
yes?
It's plural. Have a crucial place, not as.
What?
No, but you... It's has. He
thinks
have,
it's have. Yeah, quite right. I beg your pardon. I'm delighted to be corrected by a Portuguese in my English.
Okay. You had a good English teacher, Luis.
Bom dia.
Okay.
International exchanges. We believe that the work to achieve sustainable rural development throughout the wider Europe can be greatly assisted and accelerated by exchange of good practices among rural stakeholders and governments in all European countries and further afield. That last 3 words is for Juliet. East and West can equally contribute to and gain from such exchanges. We call for a truly pan-European approach to exchange programs through cooperation between governments, NGOs, multinational donors and others within and beyond the EU. A leading contribution to this process can be made by the European Network for Rural Development and the national rural networks in all EU member states. Take out that S at the end of
Anyone? No comment. We can move on.
Right. Move on.
Yes. Just
I don't know, but in my country, the national rural network is a kind of exclusive club, and the experiences, international exchange is limited as far as I've seen. There are other networks that have more experience, so it's a little bit exclusive. I would add something else, and they have quite a top-down approach. So it's just to upon a little bit more.
What is her objection?
That we shouldn't call it, that we shouldn't, a leading contribution. In their case, they can definitely not expect a leading contribution from their national rural networks.
Well, it does say can be made. You want me to say should be made? And then you can push them.
Okay, Goran.
Well, the term national rural networks has very different meanings in different countries. I think we could have better solution if we delete the word national and leave only rural networks.
Well, no, the alternative is to put in and the official national rural networks, because then it's clear that we're talking about the government ones and not the NGO ones.
But even that is not clear. If you then translate it, an official one might be even an NGO in some cases, so it's...
All right, and the government-based national rural networks.
But sometimes they are not even government-based. It
Well,
depends
they're
on the whole...
government-funded.
They are government-funded, yes.
The government-funded.
Government-funded.
With a proper spelling and a dash between government and funded.
Government-funded.
Sorry, would it be better just to say EFORD, Pedro?
No gap.
They are co-funded
okay.
by the EU, so I don't know. I mean, government-funded is okay. I don't think that...
Excuse me, can I say something?
The commissioner will complain about this.
Yes, exactly. They are going to complain because they are not government funded. They are supported by the RDPs, the Rural Development Program, so I don't think that we can say that.
You're right. They are they're co-funded by the EFRD. So they are not funded by the governments directly, only partly. So.
Well, they're partly.
They're all EU funded.
Yeah.
Put in the EU funded.
EU funded. Let's put EU funded, then. Yeah, they're co-funded, of course. Right.
Maybe. Otherwise, in non-member states, they are funded by their governments, I suppose, or they are NGOs.
This will now be recognizable as being quite different from the national rural networks, which are NGO-based.
Yes, I think it's okay.
You mean in member states?
Every member state of the EU is supposed to have
you're right.
a national...
But if I'm not mistaken, in these cases there are no other national rural networks.
There are many national rural networks which are NGO-based. The people who were the national champions of this whole thing are national rural networks by name in many countries, but they're not EU-funded.
Yes, but here you mentioned European Network for Rural Development. The networks that are the national rural networks that are members that form the European network are all co-funded.
Maybe we can say by the European Network for Rural Development and its associated national rural networks.
Oh.
Yes, because national rural networks are associated to the European one, so you have the link.
What does associated mean?
They form the European network. They form the European network of rural development.
I truly don't understand your objection. The fact is that every country has and must have a national rural network. It is EU funded. There are no other families of national rural networks which are EU funded in that way. It's surely a recognizable phrase now, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay, let's move on.
Thank you. 29.
Sorry, there's somebody here.
Still someone on 28.
Or other in a similar network. Don't be so exclusive. Let's let another similar network, rural network, to work.
But that's other similar is not. We'll have to define what you mean with that in order to.
There is a clear purpose in this wording, which is to get the ENRD and the national rural networks to face up to their responsibilities.
Exactly.
And if you add in all the other people, then they'll duck those responsibilities. So I believe we should target it directly at them.
Okay, thank you. Next one.
We are very nearly there, and I hope that somebody has the trumpet ready. Advocacy and action. We asked the European NGO networks, which co-initiated the second European Rural Parliament, to lead a program of advocacy and action based on this manifesto, working closely with their national members and all willing partners.
So, that's a nice one. I suppose there's no objection. Okay, let's...
Now, you're going to stand up, all right? When we get to the words which are in 18 point. Our pledge, we pledge our own continued commitment to the pursuit of the vision and the actions outlined in this manifesto. We believe that the rural communities, the governments and the multinational institutions working together can achieve a renaissance of the rural regions of Europe. We'll stop reading there so you approve those two sentences first.
It's approved? Yes? Okay.
Stand. Stand. With that conviction, we declare that
all youths shall live.
The vote is now, no? Following. Are we going to vote because we already heard that there should be...
forget it, it's done.
Yeah? Okay.
It's done. Call the 4 people.
So, please do not leave for a while, for a second. It will be very quick because we feel that while you all stand up, you approve the memorandum, so we do not need to vote about it. But we would like to hear very short contributions by the people who are here with us, representatives of the government of Austria, and also the representative of Economic and Social Committee. So I would like now to ask for a short comment, like the personal comment, Mr. Wolfgang Lieberbauer, who is from the government of Upper Austria.
So I promise very short. Thank you for coming to Schärding. Thank you for coming to Upper Austria. I hope it was interesting for you. It was very interesting for me. And I think this European Rural Parliament gave us a good image about Europe as a whole. There is a lot we have in common. There is a lot which is specific to certain countries, not only within the EU, but also in the whole Europe. The afternoon showed us that it is difficult to have consensus in a paper, consensus in a matter, in a problem. It's hard work. Democracy is hard work, but I think and I hope that it's worth it. We face great new challenges in the next years, I think, and the rural areas are very essential in solving this problem, and I wish you and I wish us all the best in solving these problems of the next and challenges of the next years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice words, and I would like to ask to tell us viewers also the representative of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Markus Hopfner.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, let me first express a big thank you to the organizations and to the organizers of this conference for preparing and carrying out this valuable event for rural communities, and to all of you as you contributed very actively to this conference. I agree with Wolfgang, who talked before, that we all experience, of course, that a parliament is hard work, and to find a consensus is always hard work. And I was impressed by the way you contributed to the result of this gathering. For us, it's really something exceptional to unite delegates from more than 40 countries in one of our rural areas. And I'm very happy that Austria and in particular the region of Sauwald-Bramtal was able to host this gathering. I'm also very happy to be in a position to deliver the greetings of our minister, Mr. André Rupprechter, who is currently in Japan for boosting the Austrian agricultural exports. Mr. Rupprechter is the Minister for Agriculture, Forestry, Environment and Water Management, and rural development is one of his key policies, and it's one of the key policies of the ministry. Therefore, we as a ministry with a focus on rural development, we welcome very much such an initiative like the European Rural Parliament. I'm personally convinced that it's very important to bring people together without formal structures and concepts, like this was the case here in Schärding. I also welcome the spirit of the gathering, the spirit in which this manifesto was created, discussed, elaborated, and finally also the content of the manifesto. I think in principle, not in every detail, but in principle, we all agree on the challenges rural areas are facing. I think the manifesto is a clear statement, and it's, in my personal opinion, it's strengthening the position of all the organizations who stand behind this manifesto, and it should, in my opinion, support the Rural Parliament campaign. Let me, at the end, thank you all again, particularly the region of Sauwald-Bramtal, and all the best for your future activities, and of course, please have all a safe trip back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we move from the regional and the national level to the European level. And it's a pleasure to welcome here Mr. Brandon Burns, who is representing European Economic and Social Committee.
I'll make this very brief because I've had my fair share today, and I'm interested in the next stage. I don't need to go through what we've done. It's been quite an experience. I often sometimes think that it's hard work at the Brussels end. I'm going to go back with a completely reinvigorated idea as to what hard work is. This has been what we've got there. As probably you know, the EEC has been actively involved in this whole issue since people like Stefan and the other members of the EEC have worked very, very hard over the years. And I can guarantee you that as president of the NAT section, that will continue. And upon that basis, I would say that the next stage is obviously going to be, we're going to have to consider a launch. And I would encourage you to look at Brussels as one of the places that you want to speak to the politicians, etc. And we have an excellent building there. And I'll do my level best to make sure you get the maximum amount of facilities and publicity when that launch takes place, if you decide to accept that invitation. The other thing, of course, is that in the interim period, you're all going to go away enthused, and of course, you're going to say to yourself, well, what's next? And in some cases, you might feel that's a bit of a letdown. Well, don't. Go on to the EESC website, take a look at the NAT section, join Twitter, join our Facebook and our other documents that are coming up, and stay actively involved and be ready to pass comment, because these comments of the NAT section affect you, and you can affect these opinions because you're interested in the rural side, and that's our job. We are dealing with agriculture, rural development in its widest form possible. In addition to farming, all the businesses that are there, all the stuff we've spoken about in this last couple of days. So thank you for inviting me, and I hope I see most of you again at some point in Brussels. Thank you.
Okay, and now it's time for commitments and closure. I would like to invite here the representatives of European organizations who co-organize this event. So Stefan Nielsen from ERCA and Hans Lorentzen from Prepare. Okay, it's working. So when we started the process of this European Rural Parliament, and I would like to thank on behalf of LR that we have been included in this European Rural Parliament. So one of the biggest issues was that when we are sitting next to each other in different commissions in Brussels and committees, etc., we do not have strong position and common opinions about some things. We try to coordinate them, of course, and this tool as the European Rural Parliament is very important for us to have clear guidance, clear strategy, what to promote and how to cooperate. It was also one of the biggest priorities of the Czech presidency in LR that we should get together more on one boat with other organizations and to coordinate by our activities, because I love this motto, and it's also valid about this European Rural Parliament. If you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, come together. So thank you very much to Prepare and ERCA for including LR in this family, and we feel very strong obligation to follow the ideas which we have in the memorandum and in the report and in all the groups we will be included in.
Thank you.
Well, Prepare has a commitment made for this as an organization, as a not yet official organization, but as a big platform to prepare this. We've put, especially Michael has put enormous energy into preparing this event, and you cannot imagine that we would drop it at this point. On the contrary, we've sat together as a group with the champions that had prepared this success story. So we've committed all together that we do our best in order to find the necessary funding to organize ourselves in the next 2 years so that we can make the European Rural Parliament a success story over the next years. So thank you very much to both partners that we were able to put that together in the last year, and we look forward to working with you in the near future.
I want to thank you for what you have done, first at home, the most important perhaps, and what you have contributed and done here today, these days. I think we have got a big commitment to do, and we will start already together tomorrow, 9 o'clock sharp, hopefully, to see how could we use this outcome. I'm a little afraid that if we have written what we should not do, we have had a very white, empty sheet. But now we will fulfill the commitment, and we will do our best to use this for the next 2 years. Already, as you know, in November, December, there are a lot of different meetings in Brussels related to the work the Commission have for rural development, and we have different possibilities to work very hard already. So from my side, I also want to thank my partners, and Radim Ellar is for us a very natural partner. And you belong to the club. We have others, and let's see how we can continue to work both to put in place the manifesto, but also for organizing the next event 2 years ago. I am happy that we have the leader from the first Rural Parliament, which has followed the process today, Ines, which was the coordinator and organizer of the first Rural Parliament. We are happy that you could participate here and to see the rich development we have had for the second European Rural Parliament. So thank you to all of you, and goodbye.
Please, Stefan, stay here, because now it's the turn to thank you all, and to organizers and all the people who made this whole theater to be on. So first of all, let me thank you very much to all of you, because you made enormous effort in all your countries. Also here, it was very long, very tiring, but I think that the process was very democratic and consensual, how we reached the manifesto. So thank you all for your contributions. Let me also thank very much to all the young people being here behind cameras, holding microphones, being your guides and everything around, because I think they made an enormous job, and if we see them, we are not afraid of the youth in the rural areas. And now the Oscars are being awarded. So please, can I ask all the facilitators and reporters of all the workshops and all the initiatives, if they can come here? Please. I cannot call you all by names because you are not all here, but please come here. And reporters, of course, all of them. Unfortunately, many of them probably also left, but I think there is much more people here. Please stand up anyone who was a facilitator or reporter should come here. You get presents. So. Okay, so those are the people. Thank you very much for your effort, for the work. It was very difficult, and thank you. Okay, once again, thank you. Okay. Now, I would like to invite the main organizers of this event, which was perfectly organized. We knew that from the first moment when we saw Thomas and his notebook in Brussels office. So we knew that it would be perfect, but it was really amazing. So thank you very much, Thomas Miller and Lise Wimbeck. Then we continue with the volunteers who are helping during the whole campaign. It was Kateřina Kapková, it was Petra Šupáková, please come here. And the two main people was Vanessa Holhead and of course Michael Dauer. Just Thomas asked me that all the design you see here and during all the campaign is made by Petra Šupáková and her local action group in Slovakia, so it's made in Slovakia. Okay. Special present for Michael, he has to open it.
So, there was one idea, because you know, Michael loves socks. One week ago, I asked Elvira, she is there, and she was responsible for the catering on Wednesday evening, if you remember. I asked her about presents. She did all these nice presents manually, it's handicrafted by her. And then I asked for a present for Michael. She said, what is the special thing of Michael? I said, red socks. And he did it. From the last 3 days, he produced the socks for him. But he said, in Austria, he will only get red-white socks, not red alone. So Michael, I really hope you will wear them. It's size 54 around. I think it's big enough. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Now, I think we have to continue with all this nice handcraft work, and I would like to offer to you a special gift which you also should please open. Oh, you can. Just put it in.
size and the make is like Lego, huh?
It's light. It's light. It's a good game. No, you will have hard times, I think. You know those people. They are from nearby. And you should put it on because you are facing hard times.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Okay. Vanessa, please, would you open that too? And Lise, would you open that too, please? And Michael, the bridge builder, would you please open that too? So do it quickly.
Shall we do anything the Lithuanians asked about? If like people like to spend few euro for the refugees?
Yes. Machen wir. Mach du das. Mach du das. Ja?
Monet.
And the bridge.
And the bridge.
Could you please explain the diagram? Suspension bridge.
Yeah, I use the suspension bridge as an image for the biennial rhythm of the rural parliaments, with the ideas building up like a wire to the great stanchion of the bridge, and the wire running away being the process that we will pursue after the European Rural Parliament. So he's given me a bridge, which is also...
No, 50 bridges.
The great connection between people. It's the great networking image.
Thank you, Michael. So, Thomas, you wanted to...
So there was a few in this hall who said, can we do anything for the refugee? And that was the idea. Maybe yesterday here was a lady, she talked about her work and how they are doing, giving support for refugees. And we will now put the box on the registration desk, and if you like to give some money, we will directly forward it to a refugee camp. Thank you.
I want to be allowed to give gifts to my colleagues, and Vanessa is going to be very warm this winter, I can see. Forgive me another scarf, and the same to the lovely Lise. I have to tell you that the last few months have seen thousands of messages pass across into my computer. The email traffic has been just incredible, and that's because of the interchanges between the four of us who have been the core team in this build-up. We were, in my view, extraordinarily lucky to choose Austria for this venue, and Schärding. But Austria in particular, I remember my first visit to Austria with the European Association for Agriculture, one of the earlier things, when we visited the Inn Valley, further up this river that we've got here, and were meeting farmers, 62 farmers, of which 58 had taken advantage of a 60% grant towards tourist accommodation on their farms. They were also getting a 10-year tax holiday. A 60% grant and a 10-year tax holiday transformed the economy of all those small farms. And there they were, 58 of them, gaining more income from their tourist accommodation than they did from their farms. And I got then the sense of a country which understands rural development. And I think that Europe was rather fortunate that Franz Fischler understood rural development when he became commissioner. Since then, I've had a great affection for Austria, and was particularly struck on the visit when we came to inspect the place on Thomas's response to our call for proposals. And he took us around to see the great renewable energy system built on the, not only the timber, but the brash from the fields, serving communal energy systems. And to find that we could hold an event in a lovely small town, because small towns matter to me. My base organization is ECOVAS, the European Council for the Village and Small Town. And to be able to hold it in a small town, but not only to hold it in a small town, but to hold it with a small town, has been really amazing. And it's not only the children, although that's been tremendous, the students from the Hack School, but also the sense of being in the town and able to get a real rural community, rather than being in some conference center where we would be isolated from real life. But we have been so fortunate, and to find in Thomas a man who, by his own description in a recent newspaper profile that I saw, is regarded as a sore thumb, is actually, to use the same metaphor in English, a dab hand at organizing these kind of events, and has been extraordinarily resourceful, not only in raising a large amount of money and persuading a whole lot of people to help us, but also far beyond the call of duty, helping to create our website, was just a really remarkable experience. In a moment, I'm going to give him two completely symbolic and useless gifts. But before that, I want to pay tribute also to Lise and to Vanessa. Lise, too, has been well beyond the call of duty and extraordinary in keeping up with the pace of stuff that has been going through our desk, and being her own charming self in the process, helping us rather than looking after her children. So I think she must have a long-suffering husband. Vanessa has been, as I have been, distracted from normal life. Vanessa has been distracted from normal life by this exercise, and despite other activity in her life, including watching eagles, would you believe, and observing wildlife passing up the east coast of Scotland, where she has the privilege as an Englishwoman to live. She has taken the bulk of the great burden of liaising with these two here in Schärding, and with the Hélaspherigus Galeva, which handle both the finance and the website for the European Rural Parliament. She too has gone far beyond the call of duty on a voluntary basis over 14 months. So she has my deep appreciation as my joint coordinator. I now give my symbolic gifts to Thomas. One of them is a gourd, that is a tiny cucumber kind of thing. Open that, Thomas. Which is actually from a seed from this Hannes's wife. And it's a symbol of rurality. Whereas this, open that, Hannes, and then you can give it to him on my behalf, is a symbol of mental ingenuity and bubbling enthusiasm in the form of one of my most favorite paperweights. So when he has it on his desk, he'll remember us. Thank you.
I'd also like to follow that as co-coordinator with Michael. I have to say that working with Lisa has been an absolute privilege. It's been such fun, and she's been endlessly patient because she must have received anything up to 50 emails from me every day.
I do it again.
So, yeah, huge thanks to Lisa. And this is a present from Scotland, which actually Lisa and Thomas can share the use of, because I think the office that you occupy is in Lisa's house, is that correct? So you see each other quite a lot. This is actually something called a quaich, which is a Scottish loving cup, some people call it, or
the loving cup ripped off.
or a drinking vessel which you can drink anything out of, but whiskey is probably the thing you should drink out of it.
Wonderful, thank
so it's a memory from Scotland of a fantastic year of making this whole event happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. I'll take it out. Thank you.
Thank you. We shouldn't forget Katarina having done all this design for us and all the preparatory things. And there are two things from Brussels which are, you never know how good the chocolate is, but you should test two different varieties of it. So diversity from Brussels sometimes happens. Please. I think we should mention Goran. Goran has done a lot, and you should come up.
I just wanted to ask everyone from steering group, if you can come here as the last ones. Steering group was a sort of body which was meeting
Peter
several
Bakker,
times.
Yes. Yes.
The reason why these three lovelies are on the stage is that they have been members of the steering group. And more important, that Staffan in particular is really there at the core of the background to the whole rural parliament movement. Staffan is the long-standing member not only of the original delegation to sparsely populated areas, but of the Swedish Popular Movements Council, which became Hela Sveriges ska leva, and of which he was until very recently chief executive. Peter Bakker has been a member of the steering group from the beginning. He represents the Swedish community in Finland, used to be a keen horse rider when I first knew him, is now in quasi-retirement, but still active in our field, and has been a very helpful, I would say, a conscience to this effort, always making sure that we remain truly bottom-up. Goran Sjöster, my predecessor as coordinator of Prepare, and a long-standing member of Prepare from the moment that Slovenia got its rural development network, of which he is now vice president, has become a specialist in particular in national rural parliaments, and is recently emerged from his third Slovenian rural parliament in a very short period of time, to each of which he manages to bring the president of the country and other leading people and assemble large numbers, and that contributed greatly to the Slovenian input to the European Rural Parliament. So it's great that they have joined us on the stage as they do round the table for the steering group. We greatly appreciate their wisdom and contribution to the activity and hope that will continue.
Are you finished? I have some final instructions, but please, Chair.
No, I wanted just to ask you to tell us before we all leave the final instructions.
Okay, final instructions, sorry. The formal, sorry? Yeah, if you have evaluation forms, there's already a trash outside where I can put it in. No, it's a box, it's a nice box, you will see it. Thanks so much. Then I got a big surprise. We plan to have an informal event in the tent. And when I came 2 hours ago to the tent, it was totally empty because the brewery took all tables away, so it's empty. There's nothing in. But our caterer offers still drinks here. The bar here will be open, and he invited us to stay here until we think we are going for a supper, whatever. But there are still a few roll-ups and materials there. Please, the light is still on in the tent. You can still go in, and the students did around all the roll-ups. It's nearly empty, but I think around 10 roll-ups and different materials are here. Take with what you need. All other things we will then recycle tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, 2 buses will leave at 9, one for the field trip, one for the shuttle to Munich. The shuttle bus Munich will be a small bus in front of the tent, the small bus stop, yeah. The field trip shuttle bus will be a big bus in the Tummelplatzstraße, there where the other field visits, and yesterday we are left for the shipping cruiser. So don't exchange these buses. Any questions? And Lisa, we are still in Schärding until maybe late in the night, and you can always call our number if you have any questions. Thanks, Radim.
So we socialize in this building rather than in the tent. But if you have anything left in the tent, get it.
Okay. So let me wish you all the safe journey home, and remember that was the motto of the memorandum. All Europe shall live.